And we're good. We're good. Okay. So it looks like it when we pick up a session, it seems to re-roll the last transition. So yeah, we re-roll back into Big Daddy. Well, it looks like Cyan has dropped.
Hey, are you actually streaming?
Hello, yes. Started seconds ago.
I was about to say, why don't I see you in my live stream list then?
It should be popping up soon. I don't do the whole pre-roll thing, so...
Alright, well, let me slam oh, there it is. You just showed up.
Nailed it.
Anyway, how you doing?
Good, good. How are you?
A little stressed, but hanging in there, I guess. I think I'm about to take my neighbor to the ER, so there's that.
Oh. That is cause for stress.
She's a sweet little old lady that she fell down twice yesterday, so I had to go help her back up, and she hasn't been getting any better, so...
Oh my.
I called to check on her, and she's like, yeah, I want to go to the ER here in a little bit. I'm like, okay.
Best of luck. I hope you don't... Please don't hurt your hand carrying her.
Yeah, well, my strength is actually, I mean, if anything, my wrist is stronger because it's a fucking metal rod instead of a bone.
Little by little, turning metal.
Pretty much. Pretty much. So, oh right, I gotta mute the damn stream, otherwise I'm just gonna hear myself. So, how is this run going? I remember last I left off, Bear was like way behind everyone else.
Bear has... it's hard to remember, because there's so much going on. So Human here has made it to Zozo. Okay, that's interesting seeing Edgar just fail to jump by landing back in place.
Okay, that's weird.
I mean, he has no valid target, so...
Right, yeah.
I know one team is in the middle, or just finished the opera. Prime has made it to the southern continent.
Mm-hmm. And then...
I believe Alone has just finished Kefka at Narsh. I don't recall where Bear ended up.
Well, you've already stated 4 teams, so I guess that's one of the ones that's at the opera. I guess Bear's at the opera then.
Crime is, I was trying to remember if Crime finished the opera or not. I think Crime's still in, Crime did finish the opera, and no one else has made it there yet. I don't think. It's possible. We'll find out. In about 10 minutes, someone else will get a chance to play.
Hey, Cassie. What's up?
Hey, Kane. Hey, Cassie.
I'm not taking over the stream this time. I'm actually talking about what's going on here and how the run is going.
You were discussing Brave New World, which is what matters. People, if they miss something that happened, don't worry, it'll happen again 3 more times.
Nah, she was just giving me shit, so I'm giving her shit.
No, I liked it. It actually worked out really well.
Well, that's good. And it looks like we shouldn't have to wait too much longer on a new beta, because Senkizi got a new base ROM out to give Repetio, so I think the only thing we would be waiting on now would be Repetio to figure out how to uncap battle power and the physical damage formula.
And that's all for the sole purpose of making the Excalibur stronger?
That's the sole purpose. It will also have a slight effect on Cyan swinging the Mutsunakami.
Oh, that'll make it stronger?
Yeah. See, Cyan's battle power, his base battle power is 64, and the Musa Nakami is 210. So 64 plus 210, that's about 19 wasted battle power lost to the cap.
Wouldn't an easier way to go about it have been to just like give the weapon its own like damage boost?
What do you mean?
Like just make the weapon also do 20% more physical damage, or, for example?
That was pitched as an idea, yeah. I kind of prefer the more elegant way, though, that solves the actual underlying mechanical problem.
Now, will it show the more than 255, or will it just still cap there, and it'll just be under the hood happening?
You raise a question we haven't considered yet. I'm actually not sure, now that I think about it. I think the menu fix would be separate, but I don't think that would be a very complicated fix. So,
because then that begs the difference for like how power shows more than 255.
Yeah.
Like if Genji glove and all that good stuff.
Well, the Genji glove is Genji glove and gauntlet. That's kind of its own formula that takes a 8-bit value and transforms it into a 16-bit value. So you would have to call that in a case where it ordinarily wouldn't be. I'm not sure. Long story short, I'd have to. I know a good place to start because we already have a patch that's fixing the dual wield to show the correct values anyway. So.
Oh, okay, cool. It will be neat to see your big congratulatory weapon actually useful.
Yeah, for sure. That's kind of it's one of those things people complain about a lot, and I just kind of very silently took it to heart and eventually decided I wanted to do something about it, but I realized that I was running into a problem with the cap, that I couldn't make it any more powerful because it was just running into a 8-bit limit. So, thankfully we have Bropedio, because Sinkizi would have taken the request and be like, I don't really feel like doing this huge mechanical change just for one weapon.
I suppose the easier thing would be just to either remove the weapon or change what you wanted out of it.
Yeah, that knowing him, that probably would have been his suggestion, so.
Rather than go through all that work for one weapon, you could just make that a weapon for somebody else.
To be fair, Sinkizi, that was actually something I had in mind. When I sat down and I talked to Mish about it, my initial plan was, so what if I gave the Excalibur plus 25% physical damage and or plus 25% magical damage? It would be weird on a weapon, but that's really the only solution I have that isn't, busting the cap. But in the end, I decided busting the cap was probably the less janky approach.
That means the new battle power will also be able to be stacked with damage up.
That's correct. But you also end up with a situation where the Excalibur frees up 2 relic slots. So,
right.
Which the more I talked to Mish, the more I realized, okay, this is a little ridiculous.
Well, the Excalibur is also just a basic sword, so it's the red mages, Crime, and Edgar, right?
Yeah.
And in the final battle, how many of those 4 are swinging their weapon?
If you get a really nice weapon.
Yeah, that's probably why it just hasn't seen much use. Like, it probably would have been fine as a weapon had you gotten it much earlier.
Oh, and that's exactly the thing. So we took all of the weapons that you got at the very end of the game when we pushed them much early on, because the idea of getting a weapon that late you just don't get a whole lot of use out of it. It was just always kind of dumb to me. We did leave one in the Excalibur, and as you've seen, we've just had a hard time working with it because balancing out an 11th hour superpower like that is kind of weird. So I'd much rather give the players the goodies earlier on and give them time to play with them.
Because you know what you're doing.
Mm. So yeah, I think Bropedio said that he would toss in Fig's changes himself, or whatever. I'm sure the two of you will figure it out. So, sorry, I was responding to Sinkizi in the chat.
Yeah, no worries, I see it. Let's see, so restock ham, bird feather's good. And we don't really have money for the good stuff because this team has to go get Ocean Claws. So let's go for a walk.
All right, so this is Team Alone or Team Crime?
And this is Crime by the brown background.
Alone
is gray.
Okay, well, I mean, so it's not the tint that I'm looking for; it's the background.
Yeah, the tint also too. It is tinted brown, but it was hard to make it like stand out enough.
I mean, honestly, why did you go with the tint and not just the background?
Because there have been times, there could be times where the menu isn't up, and I need to know. I thought it'd be nice to. It was a very recent plugin. Like it was added like I want to say days before I started it. I downloaded this and started it up, and I figured that'd be a really nice way to give a visual indicator of where we are. Right, healing shift. Okay. Like the brown background, it actually ended up looking similar to the gray. I guess I could have gone with more primary colors. I could have had like a green background instead of the gray.
Yeah, you had plenty to work with. Aww. Sorry, that was... Cassie just said that she just popped in to listen to me talk.
I'm not sure most people would.
But yeah, I see what you mean. I mean, the backgrounds are pretty sufficient on their own, but if the menu isn't up, and I guess... I mean, what situations would that be, though, where the menu isn't up and you would need to know which one you're playing?
Walking on the world map would save seconds, I guess. I thought it'd be nice. Like, when human pops up, the red tint, or when human or bear pop up, the red tint instantly shows you where you are.
You mean the letha-colored vomit background doesn't give it away?
The less time looking at humans menu. I was like, there's not really a good red one, so I went, you know what? This one's mostly red. We'll go with that.
That's awful.
And the Nightmare Dimension. Keep forgetting.
Yeah,
Crime has the healing shiv in this universe.
It's going to be interesting to see how, because the law of averages says that these 4 runs should finish pretty close to one another. But I'm thinking like one of them is going to end up like way ahead, and another is going to be like way behind.
Oh, I could definitely picture that, because using like the brothers is just a faster team overall than using Cyan and Gao. So it's not even just the same thing, but different teams are also going to vastly change the speed that everything moves at.
Yeah, that too. I mean, even if the swapping wasn't completely random, I think one team would just naturally pull into the lead.
which what I saw through the several speedrun laps and the two controller, one input, which featured actually Team Bear and Team Alone.
That said, I mean, it could end up like equalizing itself out, and maybe you'll have the 4 runs finish almost like right in tandem.
Which would be neat, because now that they did make a way to like signify to the game the system stop swapping to this.
Mm-hmm.
So it wouldn't be the end of the world to just have someone have one of the 4 ends. This way it's not just swapping over to looking at the credits for 10 minutes.
I'm about to say, I there has to be an accounting for that.
Just enough cash for a bail, so why not?
Have you been catching any GDQ this year so far?
No, I have not. Is there anything interesting?
Earlier today, there was a guy running Grand Theft Auto 3, and it was, I swear this guy was like Dennis Miller's illegitimate love child.
Dennis Miller, the comedian?
Yes, the comedian. And like, it was uncanny. Like, the same mannerisms, the same sense of, okay, maybe a better sense of humor than Dennis Miller. But, I mean, it was a pretty interesting run. I enjoyed it, but by and large, it's kind of lost a lot of the energy that made it unique since they switched to doing it distanced, you know?
Oh, I guess that makes sense. I know I watched a lot of it in the past. Seeing games that I wouldn't think of speedrunning done quickly.
Yeah, I mean, Grand Theft Auto 3, yes, especially the PC version which he was playing, was really, really fucking broken, but...
I played a lot of that as a kid. It was like one of the only PS2 games I owned that wasn't Guitar Hero or Final Fantasy X.
I really liked the Grand Theft Auto games. I played a lot of 3, but once I got San Andreas, that became my title of choice. Which is funny, because you'd think, you know, the one I'd gravitate toward thematically would be Vice City, but...
Motorcycles, Scarface. Yeah, I can see it.
Well, San Andreas was the one that made motorcycles not shit, so...
Well, now you're asking for a lot. First you want them in the game, then you want them to be okay?
Yeah, I actually want them to function.
Cassie needs you to go in the other room and hook up her controller.
I can't figure out how to get it. Yeah. You know, she's like 2 hours away right now, so it's gonna be a little further in the other room. Get my car and drive to another fucking city.
2 hours away. That's the other end of the block in Texas, right?
A little bit.
The crime is working its way into the Magitech facility.
Eddie, what do you want?
It's really nice to reference Soldier A and Soldier B, but not do the joke. And by saying they're not going to do the joke, they're doing the joke. It's good.
Exactly. Because, I mean, it's... I thought about it after a while, and I'm... like, yeah, I can't repeat the same joke. That's not going to work. But...
but it does.
You can make another joke by saying you're not going to do the joke. Just like, no comment is a comment.
Right. You're explicitly implying something by saying no comment.
Right. So, give me a second. One of my cats is yelling at me, and I think he might want more food. Or to go out, or I don't fucking...
Leaf cats never do not want more food. True cat armor owner. Oh, whoops. Healing shiv. So I went to... Whoa. Okay. I scratched the end of the world. Right. This team has just left Narsh and was heading to Kolaghan. Cats get pissed when there's no food because they want to be able to eat, not because they're hungry. So if you fill your cat's food bowl, they will not eat like a goldfish?
Well, for the last 15 years, my cats would hoover up anything you stuck in front of them. However, they are elderly now and sick, so their appetites have kind of waned a little bit. They'll still bug me for food, they'll still pretend they're hungry, and then I'll put food in front of them and they'll stare at me like I'm an asshole. I really, I try my best, but...
My cat is not, he's not elderly, but he never stops eating. He's always hungry. In fact, I went and bought more milk from the store today, and I had a little bit left in the half gallon, so I gave him the rest of the milk. He drank the entire thing, still bugged me for dinner, and still bugs me for dessert, and there's no satiating this thing. Right, we need Sandray. This is the first time I've used Sandray, and I'm actually really much in love with Sandray.
It blinds all your enemies, or?
It's a really strong attack for this point in the game, and the blind is not bad either. Wants to see my cat. Where is cat? Oswald, where are you? If the cat makes an appearance, I will pick him up.
Maine Coons are gorgeous animals.
Yes, gorgeous. Huge
They're
pains in the butt.
They're like the huskies of cats.
This team's gonna need a lot of bird feather.
I'm sure you've seen a husky before.
Yes, that is probably my second favorite dog.
It's the first.
Samoyed. I've already decided my next dog will be a Samoyed.
Hold on.
Do a quick Google search, everybody, for a Samoyed, known as a smiling Sammy.
Alright, it's one of those dogs we've seen and we just don't know what the hell they're called. Got it.
When my dog Juice Man is 8 years old, so he still has a long way to go before I need to think about getting another dog.
Yeah, I have no idea how much I'm eventually going to get out of these two, but Eddie and Izzy are 15 and 16, so they've lived pretty long, happy lives.
Yeah, I'd imagine.
It's just a little kind of weird being at this point now, because you're in the red zone.
I can't imagine.
Yeah.
Well, for all those sad dad fans out there, we got Team Sad Dad here. Well, child, stay away.
Eddie, what the hell do you want?
There's no other run brought Shadow to Sozo, so why not this one?
Fine, I'll sit on the damn floor with you then. How about that? Pain in the ass.
See, it still halfway sounds like you're talking to the lady friend instead of a cat.
Yeah, but she doesn't, sit on the floor and meow at me, usually. I think we were talking, and I forget how it went, but I was talking about my cat. I'm like, well, I can't sit in my own lap. I can't be furry. She's like, it's 2021. Sure, you can. Like, okay, that's not what I meant, and you know it.
Anything that makes you happy. Wait, what are you wearing? You're wearing boomerangs, okay. Ah, mauled by a dog. This team is going to need a few bird feather.
So, kind of talking more about this run then. How difficult has it been just kind of keeping track of 4 different runs in your head?
It's quite difficult because I do have the builds written down off on the side and the teams are going to be written down, but 10-ish minutes is more than enough time to completely lose my train of thought. To randomly get tossed back into Dataluma probably led to quite a few more deaths than it would have been had I been doing it straight.
I hadn't even thought about that, like actual boss fights getting interrupted. I was just thinking in terms of, where you're going and what's going on.
Oh, one team completely forgot to get the sprint shoes off the train because they got it cut away, and then when it cut back, I'd forgotten I didn't grab it yet.
Oh man, that sucks.
Maybe we can buy more, but it's that is the way. I think that was even human. That was just the nightmare dimension did not grab it.
I think that's one of the design-wise, I think that's one of the problems people have with the random encounter system in general, is that it's a distraction, and it tends to very quickly make you forget where you're going on the world map because it keeps cutting away at inopportune times. And the fights last just long enough that you forget where you're going and what's going on.
Which is good, which actually simulates the experience.
Yeah, I mean, it's...
If I were to have to walk down the road and then have to get mauled by a couple buzzards here and have to fight them off, there's a good chance I'm going to kind of forget what I was doing when it's over.
That is true. I'm kind of curious exactly how much of that design sensibility was intentional when these games are created.
Could hit up the... Oh, there are a lot of buzzards down there? Oh, man.
I've never seen a buzzard in my life. I don't know what the hell she's on about.
See them all the time around here, because, man, there are deer everywhere up here in New Jersey, and they're just all on the side of the road, getting devoured by scavengers. You could hit up the creators of Dragon Quest and see what they were thinking with the random encounter system, but I like it I like it more than other set of encounter systems.
There's my ideal, if I were to actually sit down and think about it, would be, in concept at least, what we had with the Romancing Saga Minstrel Song, the PS2 remake of the original Romancing Saga.
Alright, and for those who haven't played that?
So first of all, think of Chrono Trigger. You can see the encounters on the map, they're avoidable. There are a few at certain choke points that you have to face. You just can't get around them. But by and large, you can just avoid encounters.
Okay.
In Romancing Saga, at least the Famicom versions, it had the same idea, except it just dumped hundreds of enemies on the map, so...
Kind of like Lufia style?
You could avoid them, it was just very hard.
Okay.
And in Minstrel Song, they kind of took it one step forward. In the act of avoiding getting into combat was actually kind of its own deal on its own. There were skills that you could use to kind of juke the enemies and move around without being seen. Downside being if they did see you, you'd usually get dogpiled and fight like 5 battles all at once.
Hmm.
So, and it's possible entirely to go through a lot of dungeons without getting into a single fight if you're good enough at avoiding encounters.
Like, I don't think anyone expects a Super Mario RPG type thing where you could avoid all the encounters if you just got real good.
Mm-hmm.
But I only feel like the whole getting stabbed in the eye because of inopportune times being an issue when it comes to, like, if you're trying to do, like, a time puzzle. Like, that one section on the train with the time chest on Return to Doma.
Yes, that's like the one time in this game where random encounters get annoying as hell.
So, like, that would be, like, the one train car where you could very theoretically just remove encounters and no one would blame you. Because, well, dang, that puzzle is bad to have while you're trying to do something else. But I don't think of any other place in the... Oh, here's Bear. And because of the tint, I can tell you, this is Bear Team.
But going back to what I said earlier, I think that part of what makes that puzzle difficult is the fact that your train of thought keeps getting interrupted. I think if there were no enemies in that room, then the puzzle would actually get a lot simpler because you could focus on it.
Like, one thing that RPGs could do if they want to do the random battle system is just make fleeing like more of an option.
Mm-hmm.
If they could poke you in the eye if you had the option to just push a button and say, "Do you want to engage?" No. All right.
I think that the random encounter system went the way that it did for good reason. It's outdated. If we had the wherewithal and all the resources available to us and infinite time, the ideal would be combat at certain points rather than just randomly. Because to me, the most interesting combat in the game is when you have less of it, but it's more concentrated. Like the minecart ride. And there's my neighbor. Hold on a second.
Okay. Wild Arms did that. Oh man, Wild Arms. YouTuber I watch is playing through that. I haven't gotten very far in. It looks like a really goofy game. Like, that was another combination of Western setting. Yeah, I haven't seen too much of the supernatural elements, but your main character has a gun and uses a knife or a gun and shoots and has like has limited ammo. It's been like I've seen like 15 minutes. I need to watch more. Keep spending all my time doing this. His name's Rudy? That is not what that YouTuber named him. Alas, Draco. Hear me roar. Like, because I'm such a big fan. I like the way Final Fantasy 12 did it. Except for Village because he used a gun. Ah, he's Australian. I like 12 because not because you could see the encounters like walking about and could choose to engage or not, but I like the macro of it. You just, once you get a little ways in and you get some gambits going, then you could really just kind of sit back and walk. You can just walk through anything because your team will take care of it on its own. Prince Ross. Is Autumn as a I'm not an English major. Is autumn when referring to the season always capitalized? Is that a proper noun? Yeah, I don't... Like, I want to say no, but maybe it's capitalized because she's really giving it a punch. Will autumn take the place of spring? Autumn, from the Latin tumnus. Versus in America, where probably half the population doesn't know what autumn is. They call it fall because leaf falls down. And there's more opera to come.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of opera to come.
Still 2. Oh, so the crime going through the opera house without attempting it, 0 rats.
Oh, that's always nice.
Crime just walked right past every rat, and I had geared out the team, all ready for rats. No. They even did a little bit of grind in Zozo because I wanted a healing shiv, and it took a while to get one. So they were like ready to go, and no, nothing.
So
Team Bear managed to grab their healing shiv on the way up, so they didn't get to collect numbers. And Crime's team, because they had Sabin and Gao, they had to rush to get Golem because there's competition for Stray.
this team is Cyan and Gao, or
This is Bear, so this is Classic Returners.
the brothers. Got it.
The brothers. Speaking of, are you equipped? Yes, you have Shiv, you have health. You have.
I'm trying to remember. The 2 teams that need Golem, or otherwise they're not going to have distribution, are Sabin and Gao or Edgar and Cyan.
Yes.
So this team shouldn't need Golem in order to proceed.
No, this one won't. Wait, Edgar and Cyan? Cyan uses Kieran, Edgar does not.
So the way it works is that Stray is Sabin and Gao.
Right.
So if you have both Sabin and Gao in the party, then
yeah, Team Crime had to do that so that everyone could have a monster in their head. Where is the overlap with Edgar and Cyan?
well, it's simple. There's 4 characters and 4 Espers, but the 4th Esper is only usable by Sabin and Gao.
Oh, okay. Only use right. That makes sense. So
yeah,
Human's team is going to have to go get Golem because they're taking Edgar and Cyan to the facility. Although even without an Esper for him, I'd still be totally cool with being able to pick up Mog at that point.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things that I've randomly thought about.
Let Mog join the Kefka at Narsh fight to learn Snowman Jazz. Which could be... So how overpowered Snowman Jazz would be at the facility would balance not being able to have an Esper yet.
That's not the problem. The problem is that Snowman Jazz would be ridiculously overpowered against Atma Weapon.
Yes. Let him. If you go out of your way to do that, yes.
Actually, the more common thing that we've thought is, what if you could bring Shadow, to the research facility? But what I eventually land on every time is what does it add? The there's only 4 characters you have to choose from, since 2 of them are forced, and that's a total of 6 different possible combinations. But adding a 7th character to the mix, does that really? What does it add with against? How much effort would it take to kind of work in and make happen?
Yeah, I don't see how, unless you really stock up on wave scrolls, I don't see the use of Shadow and Facility.
Shadow's problem is that he is balanced around being a relatively expensive character to maintain, and very early on, it's just way too expensive to make him useful. That's why I had to give him the Kusarigama in 2.0, because he needed a hook, so to speak, no pun intended, in Zozo that made him actually worth the effort to recruit. So, because you can buy scrolls that early on, but that early on, they're just too damn expensive, and they don't...
500 apiece.
Yeah, there's just no payoff. Oh, here we go.
Meanwhile, I would love to see Small Bear dancing his heart out here.
Anyway, I'm sitting, I'm watching out the window. I'm waiting to see some paramedics get here, and then when they do, I'm gonna go help them get an old lady into an ambulance.
'Cause that's what heroes do.
I mean, I would be sitting with her right now, as Cassie's like, why don't you just go sit with her and wait? I said, well, because she's going to go to the bathroom before they get here, and I'm not going to go sit in the bathroom with her, and her cat's a dick and will just maul me once I walk in the door.
I mean, that's a pretty good reason, actually.
Yeah. I mean, and everyone's like, I don't get it. Don't you love cats? Yeah, except for that one. It's like, oh, he's so sweet. I don't see what the problem is. So, like, we'll go into her house, or go into her apartment. It's like, aw, I don't see, he looks so sweet. And he'll just walk up to me, and he'll just start attacking my legs. Just flat out. Not even, like, playfully either. Like, viciously attacking me like I'm an intruder or something.
I mean, to him you are, yeah?
Yeah, the nice guy that comes and helps out his mother anytime she needs any sort of help. I'm a terrible person.
Apparently it's a stinky cat.
And it's funny, because usually he only hates men. Women he's cool with. But he seems to have gotten a little less discriminatory now, and he'll actually attack women too.
Feminism at its best.
Yeah. So. Excuse me. I don't know why I'm this tired. I just got up a couple hours ago.
Nice.
Just finished my coffee maybe about a half an hour ago. So that means it's almost time to crack open a beer.
Oh, were you off tonight?
Oh yeah. Yeah,
Nice.
I'm off until next week.
Oh, right. 1 week on, week off.
Yep. Maybe Cassie. Maybe that's why he hates you so much, because you smell like a man.
A romantic thing to say.
I could have phrased that better. Because you smell like me. Yeah, Sandstorm is pretty underrated here, I think. Especially when you go up against the dogs, because there's a lot of physical attacks, and that's why they're so dangerous, is they just get a lot of them. And if you can blind them at least, that makes them a little more tolerable until you can take them out.
Absolutely.
In very early iterations of Brave New World, I had put like a lot more effort into like the complexity of the pros and cons of using different characters and different attacks. I was telling you last time how prior to 2.0 there were counters to specific commands rather than just melee damage.
Mhm.
The don't touch rule. But in the very early versions, because Rage wasn't one of those commands, I just had certain enemies hate Gao and just vindictively target him, and it was always dogs. And that hung around for a few versions because I thought it was funny, and I didn't really think it was a huge deal. But
Could you have gone the other way and had cats never attack him?
Well, that would be a lot more difficult to code in, believe it or not.
Oh
I
yeah.
don't think I could actually do it, at least not offhand.
Because that would be an excellent anti. Like every dog will aggro him, like Kefka against Celis. But just throw the anti one in there.
But eventually I got rid of it because I needed the script space, and people complained about it off and on for a while. It's like, this whole dogs hate Gao thing is dumb. I'm like, yeah, I agree. It's kind of a relic of an aborted line of thought, basically, that didn't pan out, so...
It would be difficult to insulate Gao from getting mauled.
Yeah, and that's basically what it turned into, is Gao goes into a certain formation, and he dies. If you build him well enough for physical evasion, then it kind of works because he ends up drawing their fire, and nobody else gets damaged, but... And it was actually a thing too, not just in D&D, but Might and Magic also took the idea, and I liked the concept because it was, on paper, it was neat. On paper, it's like, okay, well, certain enemies either attack, they have a preference for either male or female, one of the 4 different races or one of the 9 different classes, and on paper, at least, in theory, it would encourage you to kind of mix your characters up so that everything is well represented. In practice, it means I go into the fucking desert and my sorcerer keeps getting killed because everything keeps murdering my fucking sorcerer. So, it taught me a lot how there are things that seem like neat ideas, but as Mark Rosewater said, you need to not confuse interesting with fun.
Keep it simple, stupid.
Yeah,
That
pretty
whole
much.
that whole rhetoric.
And there are some things that get added, purely for the purposes of flavor. And whether or not they have that much of a huge impact, well, if they don't change things too much one way or another and they don't take away anything, that's fine. But there have been things that, over time, I think there's a lot of things about Brave New World that have become more streamlined because I have adhered to that philosophy. Like the evasion system, just in general. It has gotten as simple at this point as I think it could be, and that's because I liked how complex it was before because it seemed more interesting, but it didn't really add anything in practice, and it just ended up confusing. If you have this complex system that nobody can figure out or play with, then nobody's going to do anything with it, and everything just ends up feeling random. But if you have a simpler system that's easier for people to notice and figure out, then there's more engagement, and it ends up feeling more complex.
That makes sense.
So...
You asked for this, child. You got the monk angry.
I think the only real, kind of strange thing about it now, and this is by design, is that enemies don't have magic evasion, but you do. So, magic is always a guaranteed hit against them, but not necessarily against you.
Except for those 2 spells.
Except for, yeah, Drain and Osmos.
I was gonna say Osmos and Slow. The 2 you actually use. I think I've cast Drain once in 10 playthroughs.
I'm talking about evasion, not stamina. Stamina is completely separate. Enemies can stamina evade things, they can't magic evade things.
Okay.
And because enemies have stamina, but it's based on their max HP, and like early on, their stamina is like basically none. So you go up against a very weak enemy, the stamina is going to be virtually nothing. But you go up against a boss, then they're going to hit that cap of 32 stamina, which is effectively a 1 in 4 chance of evading something like Slow or whatever. Which players don't like taking gambles. Go ahead.
No, they don't.
And
that 1 in 4, it can turn into 1 in 128 real quick.
Yeah, yeah. So I determined a while back that like 75%, that is like the minimum accuracy you'd want pretty much anything to have in order for it to be considered useful. And that's for an attack that shouldn't be very accurate. Other than that, the standard that I have in Brave New World is 10% evasion. So 90% chance of hitting, 10% of missing.
Now, is that split between 5% of you missing and 5% of them dodging, or is it pure 10% them dodging?
It's pure 10% them dodging. The way mechanically it works is that I have the accuracy of every weapon set to 100. And enemies can have either no evasion, 10% evasion, or 25% evasion. 10% is standard, and then 25% for like fast-moving enemies.
The rabbits, the leafers, we kept missing over and over.
Right. And then for like really big, slow-moving enemies, I have no evasion whatsoever.
Makes sense.
Which I believe, with the way it's set up, can still result in that like 1 out of 256 chance of missing.
Like Swift in Pokemon.
Yeah, because I have the accuracy set to 100 instead of 101. And that's what I ended up doing for spells to counteract that, as I set all of their accuracy to 101. So that it would get rid of that like possibility of a spell just fluffing. Because it's okay for an attack to fluff because it doesn't require any resources, it goes off faster. So I'm fine with that small risk involved, whereas with spells, the idea of them missing is unless it's something like Slow on a boss. Slow on a boss can, but you could use Dispel. Like if that 1 in 4 chance of missing is like that critical, then you could use Dispel instead of Slow to at least get rid of haste. Doesn't really set Slow, but it does turn things a little more in your favor.
I would be totally cool with slow casting costing three times as much if it just worked. Or slow X. Why does this cost 64? Because it works.
It always hits.
It just works. You could cast slow for like 4 and roll the dice, or just this works. Just do it. Why would I cast through 64 mana? Have you tried doing this multiple times?
Yeah, and that's even with the fixed RNG, we still the other day got the 2 double crits in a row off the freaking Zanixuken.
Got it. I mean, Zoloft is just real good though at video games.
And Tsukisi's the one who coded that, and I remember him telling me about it. And I think
Telling you that it was possible?
it was possible.
Okay.
It's like, yeah, so you've got a 1 in 32 chance of a regular critical hit. That's the normal odds. And on top of the 1 in 4 chance of the Zanetsuken triggering its critical hit. So 1 in 128 of it doing 4 times as much damage instead of 2 just didn't seem like that big of a deal until Zuok gets 2 in a fucking row.
I need to turn my air conditioning on. Be right back.
All right.
Okay. So, Team Human after Zozo, Edgar, and Cyan.
I mean, that's true, Sinkizi. It just so happens that we've seen a lot of the absolute rarest stuff occur a little more frequently than it seems like it should.
Like, we weren't positive about what we saw until it happened twice.
No, we weren't positive about what we saw until it happened a third time, and it finally did the normal damage.
Right. Like, why did that hit 4,000? 4,000. Okay, then you did it again. Okay, 2,000. That's...
I mean, but that's the problem with troubleshooting. You know, something as fickle as probabilities. It's so... I mean, I remember, actually, a while back. So, in the original game, the way it works is there's a pack is a group of formations that can appear in a given area. And there's 4 different possibilities. And 3 of them have 5 in 16 odds, and the last one is a rare one that only has a 1 in 16 chance of appearing. So to introduce a little more variety in encounters and areas, we changed the last 2 to 3 out of 16 apiece, so that it's a little more evenly spread. And for the longest time, I was convinced that that hack that he had done to change those odds weren't working, because I'd been, watching people play, and that last one just never came up. And, I was putting it in the 2 fix notes, and he's like, dude, take that out of there. It's actually working. I'm like, yeah, what I'm seeing is telling me otherwise. It's just the way the RNG works.
Yeah, I mean, like, saying that the encounter rate in Narshe isn't higher than other places. It's not what it looks like. It's not what it feels like. Don't touch it.
No, I mean, 1 in 128 odds, yeah, I mean, that's something you'd expect to see at least once. It's the fact that it happened twice in a row that kind of made me think. When I see it once, I'm thinking, cool. When I see something that rare happen twice in a row, I'm more thinking, well, that's the RNG still being streaky when it shouldn't be. And I'm aware that streaks can and should occur in a true random sequence, but when something is that I'm thinking of a streak would be hitting a 1 in 4 chance like 6 or 7 times in a row. That's my idea of a streak. That would be acceptable, like even in a completely truly random sequence. But seeing 2 128s in a row, that's more making me think there's something wrong.
Yeah, it was, it helped. It helped at the time.
Kind of like how, and believe me, this has happened a lot. I've had a lot of players fail slow like 6-7 times in a row, or
Present.
just keep hitting that 1 in 4 chance a lot of times, and I'll just sit back and I'll laugh. I'm like, yeah, that's That's the RNG. And it sucks when it happens to you and you don't want it to. But if, that happens maybe once in an entire playthrough, that's just the randomness kind of kicking in. And people are more likely to notice when the odds are not going in their favor as opposed to when it's behaving normally.
Absolutely. People don't remember the good times.
One sec.
Always need to remember to trigger this scene before we do anything else. So I will forget later, because this team needs to head up by Golem. Head back to Zozo, because they never acquired a healing shiv. So we need to head back and grab that. If nothing else, that'll still be helpful for the facility. And to shore up some numbers. OBS? Stream OBS? OBS, are you okay? Hello? Are we live? OBS says we have stopped going. Stream's still alive. Oh, I paused the game, so we don't lose time here on this guy's pass.
Sorry about that.
Okay. That was weird. OBS had, for like a good couple of minutes, said that the stream died, but it didn't. So, alright.
Yeah, OBS isn't dumb.
Yeah, I mean, usually it doesn't do that. So, alright, we're good. I mean, there was a thunderstorm that rolled through here, lightning storm. I got to see a couple of zaps. Shocks you when you're looking out your window at the rain and the lightning strikes the road directly in front of you and the thunder immediately snaps right afterwards.
I have had lightning strike hard enough to, jolt me out of bed because it was that loud. And I've had it fry the network adapter on my PC twice.
Oh my. And then you invested in the surge protector?
Well, I mean, and that's exactly it. I have a UPC or UPS that all my stuff is hooked up into. That prevents power surges through the power supply. This actually fried the network adapter. This power surge came through the network connection.
Wow.
Yeah. And I mean, I don't know, maybe there are people who actually understand how, electricity works a little bit better than me and can probably correct me, but I've had network strikes take out the network adapter on my computer twice now. And it's a wired connection, like my computer is physically hooked up to the router, so that's the best guess I have, is that it was coming through the Ethernet.
Go wireless? I think I would do that.
I have a wireless connection, and I use it for my laptop, but I mean, there's no sense in not, hooking my computer up directly to the router.
Hey, getting the most you can out of it.
Yeah.
The power was flickering so often that I thought I was gonna lose power.
Am I going to upgrade my internet? I don't know. AT&T sent me something saying, hey, we're laying down new pipe in your area or something.
They're laying pipe? I think I've seen this movie.
The repairman shows up at the door. Hey, I'm here to lay some pipe in your area. And then the music starts playing.
And you're like, what? Where am I?
But yeah, I tend not to trust them when they say they're going to upgrade me at no cost because my bill just steadily goes up over time anyway, and you know.
Yeah, that's a very rude thing that they do. It's like well, you paid for that rate for the first year.
And then we dick you.
Well, why'd you do that? Well, because we can. And what other option do you have?
Yeah, I mean, I could switch to Comcast, and that would be a. I feel like that would be just hopping out of the frying pan and going into the fire.
I have two options on this mountain I live on, and it's CenturyLink or Comcast.
Yeah.
And CenturyLink does not offer anything, like anything above like 50% of what Comcast can. So Comcast says they don't even offer anything better than what I'm getting. Not up here, at least.
A monopoly is shitty, but just as shitty is when you have two companies, but they're both awful. And I think part of the problem, though, with AT&T, and I guess this is probably why Cassie bitches about my internet, is that the cable here is new, and the AT&T lines are much older, so I think it was only recently that I got moved off of the old copper that had been here since, like, the 70s.
Alright, down to the last 10 seconds. Let's go!
Like, it was so, the internet was so bad, like, it would get kind of choppy whenever it rained. Or, like, my phone would get really staticky if it was raining too hard.
Oh, if you were, like, making a phone call?
Yeah.
It's been a long time since I've done that.
Make a phone call?
Yeah. To, like, anywhere that wasn't, like... Yeah, just phone calls in general, I guess.
It's, the only way I really ever communicate with, like, my mother, so...
My grandmother has learned how to text, and that's what she wants to do all the time.
Yeah, things have gotten a little better since, Mom just decided to start talking to me on Facebook instead.
I think that's the closest I ever made it. 9 seconds in talking to Ultros.
I think I've made it, like, once, like, down to the wire. Like, 1 second left.
The respawn on the rats can be real rough. You are wearing nothing of him. I guess you have Kieran on, but not enough mana. Cast it.
Honestly, Sinkeezy, if it was if it was a good deal and a good provider, I wouldn't really care. It would just make things simpler. But I don't know. In a way, I know that my complex does that with the water bill. I don't know how common that is to, like, have, you know, your own, like, water connection outside of an in an apartment complex as opposed to just paying the complex rates.
I've had a well water for so long I don't recall having a water bill.
Water?
Yeah, I have a well in my backyard that fills up with water. All I have to do is buy the water softening tablets to, like, make it potable.
I need to head downstairs. Be right back.
$80 a month. Yeah, that's pretty good. I pay $74 for the best. I'm like, no, seriously, I will take more. And they're like, oh, we don't offer it. We don't have the. There's literally not the infrastructure on the mountain you live on. Beautiful. No fail. References. Grill him. attempt to drill him. Ten down and 2 up. Suppose if you don't use it, then there's no reason to change it. Like, I didn't used to pay for good internet until like 2-3 years ago I started streaming. Forget if I've... Nope, I half sapped that one, okay. A bear just tearing him up. I mean, he somehow managed to do the multi-tap stream. So that was pretty impressive. And it would go a lot smoother if we do that again and I decide not to stream it. 'Cause I could just locally record and then upload it later. Like, that's probably what I would do if we do that, if we do any multi-tap again for any game. 800 down, 870 up. Okay, Sinchizi, you have some pretty incredible internet. Like, the best I usually ever see is like 450 down and like 50 up. There's not a lot of up. If they ever upgrade this mountain, I'll upgrade. I love this orchestra that consists of a dozen double basses. No horns, no drums. It's 12 guys with a standing bass. I mean, I bet you that would slap, but as someone who was in the orchestra and played violin from kindergarten, from 5th grade all the way through 11th. No, 12th. Oh yeah, I finished high school with orchestra. There was never more than 1 or 2 double basses. Cat has appeared, but not the cat that's friendly. I do have a second cat. His name is Beemo, and he's very skittish. He's like a goldfish. He comes out to play with Oswald, or play with the dog. He doesn't like people. Doesn't play with people. The one cat was antsy, so got second cat. Get to see the full scene here since both brothers are here. Someday we get to see that full scene. Alright, so we need to ride up to Golem since Human's getting a chance to catch up. So everyone gains Esper levels. I think Locke currently does not have one. Mode 7. And Cheesy, how many cats do you have? How is this purple? Is this purple legible on the background? 2 cats. That's a good number of cats. Siamese and a Tonkinese. I've never heard of a Tonkinese. I gotta look that up. Tonkinese. Tonkinese cat. Aw. It's exactly what if someone just says the word cat, that is exactly what I picture. That is in fact a cat. Alright, Edgar, you get Golem. So Celis can slide to Siren. You can slide to Ramu, and yeah, you get Kieran. That's how this will work out. Then we bird all the way back. Oh, that's the best. Did not buy my ninja gear yet. We can't afford that. We will after Zozo. We bird all the way back to Zozo. My dog's tail was broken in birth, so it partway up it like just crops over. He can't feel past the kink in his tail. Which is only dangerous if someone were to grab the tail like a small child, so the dog can't feel it, so the dog can take off and take the child with it. It's happened. Humorous. Still... Oswald. I mean, it's one way to find out. You could, like, really mess with it. Like, poke it with a pen. Alright, so the goal here is to get a healing shiv. Right inside here is a good spot. Since I never collect this treasure, I can head up here and do that in the meantime. Possible if he was born with it, then the nerves were never properly situated. So I am dancing. New technique. That is... Alright. Flurry. First, Cyan to learn Flurry. Oh, okay. That's nice that you use Mellow. Can't say that about my cats. My dog's mellow. My dog cares little about anything aside from bed. He loves bed. If I don't go to bed, he gets upset. Like, he has put himself to bed. I close the door behind him, otherwise he'll continuously come out here and stare at me to get me to go to bed. Like a bowling pin when she sits. Adorable. Mine likes to do that Sphinx sit. Chance at a shiv. Get in there. Why, hello, hello, Flop. What the shiv? Raid. Hello, hello. Man, you didn't stream for very long there, Flop. How far'd you get? As you do, buddy. Just past Midas River. Oh, that's a fun plot. That's a fun time. Is that the Shiv? On the first try? Yeah, that's the Shiv on the first try. Beautiful. Alright. We can leave this place. This place got dangerous. Very well. You can dance if you want to. We won't bother you. For those joining, you all know what we're doing here. It's Brave New World. Brave New World again and again and again. I should probably take off the Thief Glove then. There will be no mugging with the Healing Shiv. There are opportunities for crime, though. Cyan, no. Fell into the thorn bush. Nice. Slim Jim. This team needs more bird feather. Nuts. Consolidating experience. Now, get up, sir. It's not yet time to rest. I feel like the purple is not very legible. Let's try... Oh, that's definitely not... That's not the right direction. We gotta stay bright. Hey, there you go. Yeah, like a light blue. Let's try that. Let's try this one again. That went better. We'll just rest at the end. We're not going to cure that blindness. She's not swinging her sword. Anyway, back to Bear. Even more stunning than Maria. Hey, Ludo. Good morning. Oh, afternoon. Favorite team is in Bear, or was that previous to Team Human? ETV was asking why the screen tint as well. Yeah, we just just transitioned. Yeah, the blue background is there. But the blue tint helps too. Anything that would just help with reduce the awkwardness, the discomfort of, oh, where are we? Who am I? Where am I? Alright, so this team actually needs a lot of cash. They need to head north to get 2 Ocean Claws, and they need to head west to get the Trident. And the Tiger Mask would be really good too. Between Ocean Claws and Trident, the Ice Brand, they're going to be able to destroy Ifrit. Plus the numbers that we'll get along the way. Yeah, the Team Classic Returners here with Bear is well suited for like every situation. Lead the crew, put pants back on her. Which, probably Human? Human's probably gonna have the hardest time going as much to pure wizard as I can. But the build choices were kind of randomly tossed across the board, so I'm still not even sure which way that's gonna go. Alright, everyone is equipped. Actually, let's see. Sabin in this world is going stamina. Yes, Sabin, Team 1, yes, stamina. Edgar, Team 1 is going magic speed, so yep, you're actually perfect. You there... You're going pure HP stamina. Yeah, this team also gets access to their ELs right away, it looks like. And Celis is going Vigor Stamina, so you don't get to spend your points for quite some time. Prevent having to remember to respec. First, shopping.
And I am back.
Hello.
I am going to go make myself a alcoholic beverage, but
From coffee to alcohol. And a wild BTB appears. This team will not require cherry.
That's actually a pretty interesting question from Ludo, though.
With the builds being randomized, because I did not plan the builds around any of the actual crew, I just typed in what are the possible builds for each character, and then just arbitrarily assigned them across the board. But I feel like that's going to add to the chaos. In the best way possible. I could have like leaned towards giving Team Human all the magic builds, or it just randomly goes along. So this team's Edgar might be hindered by going pure magic speed, but we'll see. Oh, the rain's starting up again. Should be fine. If the stream suddenly cuts out, I'm still alive. Most likely. The end comes. Oh man, see that... Alright, now I need to go into this and update the stream title. The end comes. There. Stream title updated. Thank you, Ludo. Alright, we head north first, Claws, then Trident. We walk this, because we need the money. Edgar is very expensive boy to outfit. I also typed Brave New World into there. Because there is a Brave New World beyond Chaos. They'll get here expecting Chaos and they'll find it. Could have tagged this as a hot tub stream too, but it was hot enough for it today. I was out there gardening in 94-degree weather. I was sweating real bad. We've gone beyond it. Set up my entire rig here of my computer in front of a hot tub. I guess I could get one of those little blow-up kiddie pools and put it in my living room. But that sounds dangerous. Oh, were they not actually in hot tubs? I don't know, I've never watched one of those streams. Are there guys that do that? Because that would be the humorous thing I'd want to watch. It's just some bro in a hot tub going, hey man, we're gonna play, we're just gonna sit here, we're gonna play some Doki Doki Panic, everybody. This is Kevin, welcome back to my hot tub stream. I heard my cat. Alright, this is Dave and we're here for, we're gonna play some more Live, Laugh, Love. Actual hot tubs, those people who... We have some amount of ham. Ask Dale. We'll get to you. claws. And we'll definitely need to walk to get the money for the trident on the way. In the meantime, how did my crime go? I did not get a lot of tonic. Tonic actually sell pretty good. We haven't seen a lot of crime tonight. Much as I'd love to buy a hyper wrist. The randomizer's giving the other teams a chance to catch up. Crime is in the facility though. They only had to stop north to get the claws. This is the first team to have to go get the trident. We'll see if the number pay off. If these extra numbers pay off later. Well, if you're going to confuse anyone, that would be the person to do it. He's helping. Okay, now back to now. Where was I? Alright, a ninja gear for Locke. And white dress for Celes. I'm trying to find a text font that's legible against this background. Let's lighten it up a little bit. I want it to be a nightmare. I do not want it to be painful to look at. Where were we? We got the healing shiv. Everyone has an Esper. Yes, legible but still cancerous. Alright. What color makes orange? I'm not an art major.
Orange is red and yellow, which in RGB would be
mostly red, little green, little blue.
Yeah.
That I feel like that's worse, but we'll see what you guys think.
Dear God, man, that's awful. What were you saying about Doki Doki Panic, Ludo?
Say we should Photoshop myself into my background being a hot tub. Oh yes, I know what it's supposed to be, Ludo. That's what we started with, but I'm trying to, because I'm keeping this throughout the game, it needs to be legible. There you go, we'll go egg. It's a little bit egg.
So I just tossed together a quick pina colada.
Nice.
Oh yeah.
You know, there is room on the stream if you want to take a picture of that.
Well, it looks like a glass of unidentifiable yellowish liquid.
Beautiful.
All it needs like a little umbrella or something in it to kind of spice it up. A little speck of something on top. Oh, my 20 games article. Yeah, I guess Doki Doki Panic would be American Super Mario Brothers 2. So yeah. I like and I think I was talking about it last time I was in here, just how 4 different characters all handling completely different, and the stages just play completely different depending on who you pick.
We're talking about Mario Bros. 2?
Mm-hmm. In fact, that's actually one of the things that I really liked about Mega Pony.
What a phrase.
When, because like if you just play it normally, your first run, that's the one. If you just play it normally, you play as the Mega Man, you know, except in pony form. But the New Game Plus lets you play as any of the other main characters. And like it changes up the game radically because of how differently they handle.
You could play as other ponies?
Yeah. You can play as one of the main cast from the show. And that's what I did in the stream with Muppets, is I did a quick run of the game as Mega Pony, and then I played through again as Fluttershy. And it's a completely different game because she can fly, first of all. So imagine Mega Man, but with wings.
He has the dog to do that, right? I never played a Mega Man.
Yeah, he has the dog that can do that in limited capacity.
Like I've seen people play Mega Man. I've never touched a Mega Man.
It's pretty standard action platforming fare. The gimmick is that you can do the stages in any order, and with any stage you complete, you get another weapon.
Can you replay stages?
You can't, at least in later Mega Mans. I think that got added in like 4, the ability to replay stages, because they started hiding things in stages you'd want to go back for.
Right, that you need other weapons to get or something.
Right.
That sounds like good game design, unless it's incredibly tedious to do so.
Um, it could have used some tweaking. That's right, right. You could replay in the MM1, and then they didn't add it back until 4.
I like the music from a few of the Mega Mans.
Oh, the music is one of the best things about it.
That wasn't my thing. And all my very limited, like, 15 games we had for the NES, of which I played like 4.
Right.
It's just a series of Dragon Warriors and the final of the fantasy of the Mario with the Duck Hunt. And this one baseball game.
Which one?
Bases Loaded 2.
Okay, so the standard baseball game, not like what was the one that was like robot combat baseball?
That sounds awesome. I would be interested in that.
It was definitely awesome in theory. In terms of how it actually played, I don't think it played as well as the idea made it sound.
Oh, and I guess I had one map game that I played a lot. I played a lot of Gemfire. That was my NES map game. Wayne Gretzky's 3D Hockey. Was that on the Sega Saturn?
I know. I think that was a Sega Genesis game. Need to go back a console generation for that. I have played Super Mario 64 DS, and
that sounds confusing.
I like the idea, the concept they went with. That there's 4 different characters, but they didn't end up being as balanced as they were in Mario 2. So you ended up with one universal useful character, and everyone else is garbage.
I saw this mod that someone was playing on Twitch of multiplayer Super Mario 64, but it was like 4 people playing at the same time. And like they shared stars across the board, so that everyone just split up and did different things. That seems like a neat thing if it wasn't as janky as it was at the time.
Yeah, there's always some jank. Especially in like multi-world kind of hacks that require Lua scripts to run.
That's what this is using to do the shuffle.
So since you stated you've never played a Mega Man game before, what about like Metroid?
I owned Metroid. My dad played it a lot, but I never played it. It looked really hard.
The original Metroid was really hard. That does not.
I've never played any Metroid. The closest I've come to playing a Metroid would be playing Samus in Smash Bros.
So what you're saying is we have someone who could actually play Super Metroid for the first time on stream within our community.
Yes, I've never even seen it. Like I watched like a few minutes of the end of one of the SGDQ things, and where they were complaining about saving animals, and I didn't understand a thing that was going on. But
well, it's a
I'm
little
good at those kinds of games. I just never had it.
So when you say those kind of games,
Like, I'm good at platformers. Like, I played the heck out of Donkey Kong Country.
Okay.
The one I owned.
See, I don't know if you were referring to like the actual Metroidvania genre, which is named after one of the two games that pioneered it.
Metroidvania, the Castlevania, which I've never played, and Metroid, which I haven't played. So, although I've technically played Castlevania now that the Richter brothers are in Smash Bros.
Yeah, that doesn't count.
No, okay, because in which case I played a lot of these games.
So remember when you played The Messenger and how in the second half of the game it became more open-ended?
Mm-hmm.
That is kind of reminiscent of the genre that we're talking about, the Metroidvania. The idea of having an open world, you can kind of explore more at your will rather than, running from point A to point B.
Although I wasn't upset, I liked the start of The Messenger as well, despite it being point A to point B, because it was engaging.
Oh yeah, it's a good game that I talk about once in a while because I think it's a good game worth talking about.
It's like it spent all that time giving you mechanics, and then once you had all the mechanics, all right, go play with them. Here's the whole world.
Mm-hmm.
Like if I were to speedrun it, want to go fast, it would be up to the open world part. It'd be up to the thing.
That's actually a speedrun category. There's 8-bit percent and then there's linear percent, which runs up right until the second fake ending.
I think we've collected everything in this timeline. Crime gets to get further ahead. So at some point I need to stream Super Metroid. Not the first one, just Super.
We're talking about Metroid?
Yeah.
So the first one didn't age too well.
No.
It set forth a lot of the ideas, but they were still pretty primitive, and a lot of it wasn't done particularly well.
Okay.
It was later remade for the Game Boy Advance, and that's generally the one that people will point you to if they say, hey, this is the one you want to start with. But Super Metroid's probably the better place to start.
Okay. Like, I remember reading somewhere that the original Metroid wanted... Yeah, come on in, Ludo. It's an open call to anyone who wants to be in voice. I remember reading somewhere that they wanted to make Samus crawl in the original, but they couldn't figure out how to make her crawl without destroying the NES. So they made the Morph Ball to get around having a crawl animation.
Yeah, I mentioned that. You may have actually read that.
Okay, that's where I heard it then, if that was in your thing. Alright, so you get the Reflector Ring so you can keep everyone else alive. Some things will get through that, so you get your back guard. So this team is going to beat up Ifrit. Let's see. Crime Celis is going.
It looks like Ludo's trying to talk, but we're not actually getting his voice.
Oh no, I haven't been trying to talk. It's just that the sensitivity on the mic. I don't have push to talk on because of the multi-tap. I should probably turn that on if I'm just here to chat.
Oh right. Let's see, and then Crime.
Alright, I have push to talk on now.
I suppose you could disable push talk if you weren't so loud in the background.
Yeah.
And then this Scow is going speed. Okay. Oh, and this Sabin. Where is this Sabin going? Straight Vigor. So you get to spend your points.
Yeah, I don't know what I missed while I was switching from the stream audio to the voice, but you were asking about which ones you should play, yeah?
Yes.
I'd definitely just say Super Metroid. You can skip the first two. The first two being Metroid NES and Metroid 2 for the Game Boy. Super Metroid is the third game.
Oh, okay.
Metroid 2, because it was a Game Boy title, one of the things they did was they made it much more linear. But also because it was an original Game Boy title, it was very primitive for its time. Or, I mean, it was good for its time, but it's very primitive by today's standards. The way to play Metroid 2 now is to play AM2R, the official fan game. Say official fan game. The fan game, the fan remake that I named my Heroes 3 hack after.
And I can second that. AM2R is a fantastic game. Nintendo did make their own Metroid 2 remake titled Samus Returns for the 3DS. I haven't fully played through that, but my initial opinion is it's not as good.
Yeah, and Zinkuzi is right. I mean, it is a game that gets talked about a lot, but I guess it's like Stairway to Heaven is overdone, but at the same time, if you run into somebody that's never heard it, you'd say maybe you might want to go listen to it. It is a good song.
I can't believe Sabin ate Ice 3 to the face and lived. And then dodged the subsequent fireball. Wow.
Nice dodge. But yeah, I'd say if you do play it and you like it, you can do multi-worlds with it too. That'd be fun. It's been a while since I've done the multi-worlds with BTB and Steve.
What is multi-world?
You want to kill this one, BTB?
So you're familiar with the concept of rando, I'm sure.
Randomizing things, yeah.
So multi-world adds another layer to that, where it randomizes all of the items across two different players' games, and so you can find items either for yourself or for another player.
And they're linked?
Yeah, they're linked via Lua script.
Oh, so you have to like work together.
Right. It's very co-op in nature, because you have to continually find items, and like one player may be sitting there not having anything to do, while another one is trying to look and find something to put.
That's actually really neat. And I didn't know Lua can be that like detailed. But like apparently there's a way to set up the shuffler here so that items are shared across the games on it. So I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, it can pretty much, as far as I understand, it can pretty much inject code into your games or data, change values in the save file and everything. Yeah, or modify the ROMs. I don't know if it can modify the ROMs. Probably not.
Can't directly modify the ROM, no. It has to work within.
Well, it works with your RAM, doesn't it?
Say that again?
It works with your RAM, doesn't it? Like your
RAM, yeah.
Yeah.
So what would be on your list of classic games that you would suggest people play? I'm actually kind of interested now. Because I remember you telling me before you kind of had a short list of games you were trying to get Nikki to play through.
Yeah, I'd love to hear this, because I'm quite limited to the games I owned.
Super Metroid is... And this is where I would say you probably are in the minority opinion. It's something people should probably play. In my opinion. Ah, okay. Well, I mean, same question then, just
Yeah, what do you consider need to play, or would enjoy playing even now in 2021?
I mean, taking tastes into account is, one thing, obviously. If you don't enjoy RPGs, then you kind of leave those off the list, or...
Yeah. And I've got to say, Shower with Your Dad Simulator 2015 holds up just as well today as it did when it was made.
Wait, what simulator?
Shower with Your Dad Simulator.
Shower with Your Dad Simulator. Just want to make sure I heard that right.
Yeah.
Alright, this is a pure speed crime, so off you go, sir. That one I did tweak to fit crime. Like, there are a lot of games I really enjoy growing up, but if you're not into map games, you're not going to enjoy them. If you're not into numbers, you're not going to enjoy it, so...
Right. We have a few math teachers amongst our ranks in the Brave New World community, so...
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Funny Man is a math teacher. Someone else is too, and I forget who. But I know Funny Man at least was. I don't think he is anymore.
Think?
Think is not a math teacher. Think is actually I have no idea what the hell Think is.
I mean, it must be difficult to keep track of everybody.
Yeah. But in terms of like classic games, and another thing is there's classic games that helped shape genres and, you know, were widely influential, and then there are classic games that still hold up today. Like the original Metroid was widely influential. It was huge because it started something, but it doesn't hold up as well today. Whereas Super Metroid was less groundbreaking per se, but it did things a lot better. So it's the game that, you know, even 20 plus years later, people still go back to.
Was unaware it was that popular.
The original Metroid was... It was low-key popular. It was kind of in the same boat. Okay, not as much, so, but it was kind of in the same boat as the original Mega Man, which was It came out, it was alright, you know, it did okay. There was really no plans, but the original team kind of started working on Mega Man 2 as a passion project in their off time. They really thought there was something there. And now we have, you know, 8,000 Mega Man games, so...
They really did pump those out, really quickly, back to back, from what it looks like.
Oh yeah. The term Capcom sequel stagnation exists for a reason.
Never heard that term. Anyway, Team Alone.
First time seeing this thing.
Alright, so this team needs to stay at the inn. They're heading to Zozo.
I miss humans menus.
I'm sure you do.
Right.
Yeah, Funny Man in a
Dreams.
Car, we're pretty big on anything involving numbers, and it did a lot to teach me that in the end you need to design something that's more than a basic numbers game. Because if that's all you have, then everything in your game can be effectively solved. You
Like
need that
a
extra...
lot of Koei games.
Yeah.
Koi?
Yeah, Koei. They're a strategy map game. They always put hordes and hordes of numbers involved with their games. I mean, they've made really good games that I really enjoy.
I'm familiar with Koei. I know enough about the kind of games they've made. I've never played any of the games they made. I thought it was pronounced like Koei or Koei.
As someone who played it as a child, it got pronounced however in my head that it ended up, like Phoenix or Dragon Warrior.
Ninja Gaiden instead of Ninja Gaiden.
Yeah. Well, what kid's gonna pronounce it Gaiden?
We all did.
Or, what kid's gonna pronounce it Gaiden? That's what I was trying to say.
Anyone who saw The Wizard. And,
I actually just watched that for the first time with a bunch of friends over Discord, and, that game owns. Or that movie owns. He touched
I know,
he
right?
touched my breast.
Doesn't have any breasts. Ugh.
That was just a recurring theme of he touched my spot.
That and all the people she knows are truckers. Take a drink every time she mentions that. The Wizard was such a gloriously stupid movie and such a product of its time.
I liked
Yeah.
watching it in retrospect of looking at he's playing Ninja Gaiden. He hasn't been hit at all. They flash to the screen where he's down to 2 health.
That I haven't watched the movie. That's the one with the power glove scene, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes.
It's so bad.
Alright.
It's a gloriously stupid movie. Even for its time, it was dumb. But when we were kids, we were so much more willing to forgive it because it was, just a giant ad for Nintendo games. So
And apparently
Always
that
fair.
was the first anyone ever saw of Super Mario 3.
yep, it was. That was its main selling point. It was a preview of Super Mario 3 here in the States. I think it might have already been out in Japan. But who the hell, who knew about Japan back in the 90s?
Yeah, I mean we didn't have the internet like we do now. Remember slamming your head against Nobunaga's ambition? I have yet to come across a Nobunaga's ambition that I actually enjoyed. But I was huge fans of like the Genghis Khan, Gemfire, Uncharted Waters. They made a lot of good map games. Nobunaga's ambition was not one that I typically liked. Romance of the Three Kingdoms is another one that was hit or miss.
Romance of the Three Kingdoms was like the popular one, relatively speaking, like the one that everybody at least kind of knew of.
Yeah, they had big name characters that you could root for, and it was based off of like one of those 1,000,000-page books.
My big problem with, pretty much everything I've seen that Koei has put out is that they do a style of game that is ill-suited to consoles. Like, it's a kind of game you want to be playing on an actual PC. Because on consoles, no matter how you do it, those kinds of games end up just feeling clunky and bogged down. And you wish you had a mouse.
Yeah, but for some of them, like some of them don't age great. Like I just recently replayed on stream through Genghis Khan 2, and it was you were there for some of that, and it holds up okay for parts of it, but it really boils down to get bigger numbers, slam into face.
Mm-hmm.
The strategy doesn't hold up. Way to go, Gao. Get you in the back row.
Well, I have,
Oh, Sinchizi, you've read those books? My god, did you do that on purpose? Or was that a school project?
I have a background in games like, well, Heroes of Might and Magic for one, and Civilization, where those are really, really big on strategy, so I think what that's contributed is a very high bar I set in terms of giving the player lots of choices and having a lot more than just a simple numbers game.
That makes sense, because I have played a ton of Civ 5. And I have Civ 6, but I just haven't gotten into it yet.
But at the same time, I've really grown to appreciate the value of like a very simple game too. Like these last few days, I've just been sitting down playing a game called Destroy All Humans.
Destroy All Humans?
It's a PS2 game. It kind of Grand Theft Auto style. In fact, the makers even thought they were ripping off Grand Theft Auto. You're an alien, you just run around vaporizing people.
Cool.
And that's,
now I'm picturing like Mars Attacks.
There's some similarities. The main character is a guy doing his best Jack Nicholson impression, and the I guess the mission control character is voiced by the same guy who did Invader Zim.
Oh, cool.
And it's very clear it's the same guy because he's doing the same voice.
As you do.
So, if that sounds like entertaining, you've got like a vaporizing ray, you have an anal probe, and like when you hit someone with the anal probe, they run around holding their ass until their brain pops out of their head.
Is this a TV? It's like a rated MA?
No, it's rated teen. Surprisingly enough.
Huh.
They really push that teen rating though. Like they slip a couple things in there that make me go, I see what you're doing there.
Destroy all humans. So I either need to find a way to emulate a PS2 or wait until someone else does.
You can emulate PS2 games. I think Satarak and Ludo have both done it because they wanted to play Romancing Saga, because they heard me mention a modern RPG and actually speak highly of it. And they're like, what's this? A modern game? A modern RPG BTB likes? We gotta play this.
Now, with the Saga games otherwise that you had mentioned, the 7th Saga, what is that on?
Okay, so the 7th Saga is not related to the Saga series. It's just...
Dang it, why are all of them named identical?
Funny thing is, the Saga series wasn't actually called Saga over here, but the 7th Saga is only called the 7th Saga over here. In Japan, it's called Elnard. But the 7th Saga is a Super Nintendo game.
Okay. I love the animation for Lodestone Missing. Oh my god. Just the 3 lazy boulders.
I totally missed it.
You should be a couple seconds behind, right?
Oh, there it goes. Do the boulders usually fall faster? I think that's just the normal animation.
They usually fall a lot faster.
Are you sure that's Lodestone and not Cave-In?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because he keeps hitting us with it, so you saw it a couple times. That's one of his 2 counters, it seems.
Interesting.
Good dog. We have him surrounded, but he's attacking non-stop. Alright. Big man down. Alone down.
But yeah, the 7th Saga is totally different from the Saga series. And it's a typical Enix game in a lot of regards. Enix has its strengths and it has its weaknesses. One of its weaknesses is it can't design a UI for shit. There are like no Enix games out there that have anything even remotely resembling a well-designed and well-thought-out interface.
I were talking about Dragon Quest is very simple.
Yeah,
Everything's
let's just
right
go to
there.
the menu,
Everything's
go to
right
door.
there.
But
You want to open a door? There's a door. You want to climb some stairs? There's the stairs.
right. Yeah, Cassie, this town is full of, this town is basically Detroit. So I kind of made sure that the enemy naming kept with the theme.
Where were we? Okay. Looking for Flan is what we're doing. Man, crime's getting a lot of showing here.
Flan is going to be in either this room, or I think the last room is nothing but Flan and Defender.
Oh,
So
in
you
that case.
probably up your odds just by going into the last room.
Yeah.
I like how you say that, and then you just appear to flat out ignore me, and then I realize that the stream is like 10 seconds behind. I'm like, or fine, or don't listen to me, I don't fucking care.
No, we're not, you're not watching in real time anymore.
I'd have to pop on Parsec to do that.
I guess I could side stream on Discord.
That's fine. It's just something I have to, like, keep remembering that I'm not actually watching this live.
Yeah, there's Flan. Alright, small child. Go learn about this goo.
So when I was rewriting enemies for 2.0, like, I rewrote every script from the ground up. Flan was the last enemy I did. The very last enemy, and I sat there and I tried to kind of think of something unique or interesting. But I finally gave up and just said screw it and have them run away after a certain amount of time because I didn't really feel like coming up with anything better.
I like
They're
that.
not exactly...
Because your team could be somewhat devoid of ways to deal with them.
Yeah.
So them leaving is, it can be a godsend. It's like, oh, thank goodness. I have to take off my weapon and now punch him with my fists.
In retrospect, I mean, that actually worked out well, but it was a happy accident, I assure you. It's not something I actively had in mind. I was thinking more Metal Slime kind of qualities.
Happy accident.
Happy little accident.
I haven't heard that.
We're just going to take our 3-inch brush here and dip into some of the Alizarin Crimson, some of the Thaler Blue.
Oh no. Alright, if you swap to Shiva, she'll get you. Alright, Lightning on the Sword, Shiva on the Esper.
I like how you actually pronounce the W in sword.
Yeah, it's a sword.
I'll take sword for 200. It's S words, Mr. Connery.
It began with a bloody S.
You usually drink water from one of these. A leather glove.
You have the ring? I see a sword as big as mine.
Sean Connery, you're probably giving Alex Trebek shit in heaven right about now.
They went like pretty close back to back too, right?
Within about a month, I'd say.
Let's slow you. And what do you do, child?
I see your Schwartz is as long as mine.
Oh man, I haven't seen Spaceballs and probably since I was a kid. It was not my favorite Mel Brooks movie.
I consider it to be the superior Mel Brooks film.
Over Robin Hood Men in Tights?
Over Robin Hood Men in Tights, yes.
Over Blazing Saddles?
You know what? I can actually see people... I can understand why people would say that. I think Blazing Saddles is good, but I certainly think it was outdone by Spaceballs and by Men in Tights. And I think it's one of those movies where nostalgia tends to speak a little bit louder for it. And so it gets remembered as being a lot better than it really was.
That makes sense.
I mean, it made me laugh. There were a few parts in there that made me chuckle, but it did seem to be a lot less focused, even like for a parody. Like I for most of the movie, I'm not quite sure exactly what tone we're going for here.
Wait, which one are we talking about now?
Blazing Saddles.
Okay.
At least with, Spaceballs and Men in Tights, the tone was consistent throughout the film. Like, I had the same problem. If you ever seen Machete or heard of it?
That is Danny Trejo?
Yes.
Okay, I haven't seen it, but I remember the commercials for it.
The first film, it was ridiculous at parts, and then at some parts it was a little less ridiculous, and so the entire movie you're like, okay, I'm not quite sure what level of ridiculous we are really aiming for in this movie, because it starts off pretty freaking ridiculous. Then it gets a little normal, and then we go back into ridiculous territory. The second movie was a lot more straight with the tone throughout.
There was more than one Machete movie made?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Supposedly they're working on a third, but I don't know if it's ever gonna happen.
Hey, Gro, is 22 Genji gloves a lot? Well, it depends on what you're doing with it, I suppose. That's enough for 11 people. It's enough for you to have a different drink out of it every hour of the day, right?
22 Genji gloves is a lot in Brave New World, considering they don't exist here.
That would be a lot.
So, in 2015, Trejo said that the third film is happening, but nothing has been said since then.
It's so bad. You know what? Tech armors should be pretty good here. Getting shell up would be helpful.
Tech armor is actually low-key really useful in this fight.
I'm trying to think, like, what could Gao do? You know what? That's what you could do.
The only problem with tech armor is because barrier also sets reflect. Unless you've got a healing shiv, you don't really have too many ways to heal around it.
Yeah, unless you have, like, a bunch of Red Bull you bought at the shop or something.
Yeah.
And the reflect will... It might eventually go away? Who knows? He's been swapping between dark and wind, so I haven't been able to do anything yet. We're just waiting for him to stop being rude. Now, if Tech Laser also removed haste, if it was just a Dispel in laser form... Oh, wait. Never mind, Tech Armor is Metal Fist, not Tech Laser? Is that right? I mean, it's right. It's what he just did. I thought Tech Armor was laser and barrier, but apparently it's fist and barrier.
That got changed in 2.0.
I mean, I didn't play beforehand, so I wouldn't know, but it seems like it would be laser. That would give Gao a Dispel. Give me back my Dispel.
Yeah, I suppose it would. I hadn't really thought about that, but...
Like, putting a speed Gao on Dispel on one of these bosses to cause him to wall change constantly would be hilarious. Every 3 seconds, another wall change.
Well, he wouldn't specifically react to Tech Laser. He only reacts to specifically the Dispel spell.
Oh yeah, give me Dispel instead.
Yeah, okay. I see what you mean.
Alright, Lightning. Alright, we can begin. You have the electric sword on, right? Yeah? Yes. Go! Combat! Child, get up. Do not bury yourself.
But yeah, Gao doesn't enjoy a good bout of fisting.
And he did really good damage with that. Forgot that I left him with the stat stick instead of the psycho belt. So he's now taking extra damage from lightning, but whatever.
I will say that I'm really happy with how much damage you can do if you bother to take advantage of his weaknesses.
That's how this fight seems to be set up.
Well, part of it is that if you just ignore the weaknesses and you go straight for non-elemental damage, it can work. Especially if you have Cyan with you, you can just buzzsaw right through them.
Yeah.
But I wanted it to be so much more worth your time to, wow, okay, I can see how this is going to be really friggin' annoying. Because by the time you go back to that fight, you're going to forget
whatever I was trying to set up there. Alright, so was this team heading up the tower or down the... Do I have a switchblade? No, so you're heading up the tower. Looking for a healing shiv. Alright, so now Shadow can participate in crime. Crime spree, go. Oh wait, we already have a healing ship. That's why Locke is not wearing the thief one.
Yeah, mugging with the healing shiv would not work out too well. But hey, now you got two.
Do we? No, this guy doesn't drop them, right? Yeah, I have the one. It's the small children in the facility that can drop the cat hoods and the shivs.
You know, the cat hoods don't really
Alright, blind the Largeman. He is no longer vulnerable. I started watching a playthrough of someone playing this, but like a much earlier version.
Mhm.
And some of the changes are really nice that you made for 2.0.
It was a long development cycle. What were you thinking, like, in specific?
Like, informativeness was definitely one of the highlights of this for me.
That's funny, because it was... Informativeness is one of the very few hacks that I had nothing to do with. I didn't ask for it. I didn't instigate it in any way. All I did was say sure when Bropedio decided to go rogue and slip it in on his own, and it ended up being like one of the biggest things in 2.0.
So I was talking about you the other day with the lady friend, and you had mentioned in your first time in my at my stream on my very first playthrough of this that I sounded like another like a YouTuber or what have you.
Yeah, I thought you sounded like SNES drunk.
Yeah. And so she had me pull up that guy to see, and she agrees. There's definitely similarities there.
I mean, I thought you were SNES drunk at first. I'm like, cool. I see you have reevaluated your stance on Brave New World since you... Initially, when you played it, you thought it was alright, but a little juvenile.
I mean, if nothing else, the script changes show that you were having fun with it.
Oh yeah. It's like...
Make a product for yourself.
It's like rock and roll, you know? If you're not having fun, you're doing it wrong.
That's what the drugs are for.
Mm-hmm. Hey, everyone has fun in their own way. But more importantly, I feel like if the creators of something were having fun, it shows in the final product. And even if the final product is something that maybe you would have done differently, or you don't really like, you can sense and appreciate that fact.
And unlike a lot of other mods, you distributed the information, the data of why you did what you did. So it's like, oh, why was this done? Oh, because you wrote down here, because the chest changing, we're dumb, so you took it out.
That really comes from my background in writing for GameFAQs. The ability to sit there and just like write long spiels about, why you do certain things is just it's how you write a guide.
Yeah, at this point I've gotten through most of your Final Fantasy VII walkthrough.
Oh Jesus! Why? It's awful. I wrote it like when I was an edgy 17-year-old.
I love we're not going to talk about this. Let's move on. The parts you were just clearly upset with. It's like, I have to cover this. I don't want to. Just scroll ahead.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's... Final Fantasy VII was the game that broke my heart, because I think I was talking before about how, like, as a kid, I would, read strategy guides, and they would always really do a good job of getting me excited about a game. But I was halfway through writing that guide when it really just settled in on me that I'm writing a guide for a game that doesn't deserve it. I'm trying to write, that in-depth thing that just explores every facet of the game and what it has to offer, and really this is a game where you're best off just spamming beta over and over and over again.
You do have to go through some amount of stuff to get beta, but
yeah, but
it trivializes a lot of the game if you get it, go out of your way to get it.
I'm trying to write about 9 characters that should be distinct, but they're really not.
No.
So, yeah, by the time I was kind of anywhere near done with that guide, I had kind of hit a breaking point, and that's when I just pivoted hard into, modding games.
Like, 7 to me is boring, but it did a lot of things right that, 6 did wrong. 7 managed to do an ensemble cast, but not have the innate issue of the World of Ruin by just having your people do what Dragon Warrior does. Your people are in the wagon behind you, and they're getting experience too, so don't worry about it.
Benchwarmer Syndrome is a problem I have not actually found a really good solution to yet.
Transformer Syndrome?
Benchwarmer Syndrome.
Benchwarmer Syndrome.
Because it's a problem where either side of the coin has a problem. Say you've got... Well, let's take Final Fantasy VI. If there's no leaked experience, then the characters you do use just keep getting stronger while the other ones stay weaker, and thus you're incentivized to keep using the stronger ones and not worry about leveling up your weaker ones.
Correct.
If there is leaked experience, then you can just keep using whoever you like, because you don't actually have to put effort into any of the ones you don't like, because they'll just keep growing. Either way, you have that problem of players are just going to use who they want to use, and at that point you have to stop and ask yourself, well, is this a problem? Should we just say screw it and let players use just 4 characters out of this cast of 12, or should we put some incentive to use them all? And like Final Fantasy VI has the Kefka's Tower, where you do use them all, which is probably one of the better ways to do it.
I mean, with leaked experience, I could see 12 being the Kefka's Tower being a good idea, but 6 does not handle it very well, and Brave New World at least would make it, since everyone is useful, you could then swap out people. I mean, even if you could only swap out at save points, you could swap people in and out for the right situation.
One thing I kind of always liked, it was an idea that seemed neat to me, but I never really saw a game explore it too much, was the Dragon Warrior wagon thing.
Yeah.
Where you've got 4 characters normally, but then you can go into a cavern and you can have up to 8. And especially in a game like Dragon Warrior, where it's this huge battle of attrition, where you're just trying to survive from point A to point B, that almost made sense, because you would try to keep everyone alive as much as you could, and once you start losing characters and you can't bring them back, you can toss them in the wagon and bring someone else out.
When your resources are tapped, you just
you
toss them in the wagon. Or if you're seeing a battle where it'd be much easier to handle it with your Ice Wizard instead of your Fire Wizard, you swap them out.
It's one of those things where it's a good idea, but I never really saw it executed too well.
And we are... Alright, we're back to this now. From one boss fight to another.
So, I've never actually played Suikoden, but isn't Suikoden that game that has like
108 people,
characters?
right?
Yeah.
It's goofy, and you 6 at a time from the playthrough I saw. Oh, it's not water. 108 recruits, 72 are combat capable. So you pick 5 people. That's a problem 7 had. You get to choose 3, but 1's locked in the party. Like, 6 has a problem with being too slow to start the game.
But in short, what I would like to see is something that keeps everyone on the bench included somehow. Breath of Fire 3 had kind of an interesting take on this with the Master System, in that you were kind of incentivized to use your B team as skill dolls to put on crappy masters just so you can learn the skills. But even there, it was just a neat idea that I don't think really got pulled off as well as it could have.
I did not play Breath of Fire 3 past being a child, so I should. I should find a way to emulate PS1 games and get and play 3 and 4 again.
It's a pretty influential game for both me and for Sinkizi. Definitely a lot of ideas that we took, and it's a personal favorite game of mine.
I like the intro, and I remember that pretty well, and that's about it.
Well, there's forcing characters to use a character they don't want to use, which is, having a forced character for one sequence, i.e. anywhere in Breath of Fire 3 where you had to use Momo. But I feel like a good game wouldn't force it, it would encourage it. And there's a subtle difference there.
Weak against Earth using Gale Cut. Why is Gale Cut the Earth spell?
Needed to save on script space, so when he's weak against Earth, he'll use like one attack and then we'll change the next turn.
Yeah, but when he's weak against Earth, why did he use Gale Cut and not any Earth move?
Because he has the same AI for when he's weak against Earth or Wind, because you can't exploit either one of them, so it doesn't matter what his tell is.
Okay. I mean, I was thinking it'd be a reason to get him in the air. To get your party in the air.
Nobody can jump. Oh, you mean float, got
Float, which you may have just learned, or Red Bull.
So, yeah, no. He doesn't use any ground-based attacks.
You could use Lodestone or something, but that's all. It was just interesting to see Gale Cut and then... Or Miss getting Shadow in that town and him not showing up on the floating... Shadow shows up on the floating continent regardless.
Yeah, that's a story thing. He's not...
Yeah, he's there for story. Now, you could leave him on the floating continent and then he doesn't show up later. There will be no run here that keeps him alive.
Of all the 4, you're not gonna do one that keeps him alive. I figured you'd go half and half.
I was considering it, or at least having one pick up Shadow, but there's really no upside to getting Shadow and not giving Realm the better dog.
You have a speedy character who can throw image, who can...
Gogo can do that.
Gogo isn't as fast as Shadow. And he's not as evasive as Shadow either. And he's actually more prone to getting knocked down in the dirt than Shadow is, if you can believe that.
Yeah, I don't believe that, because Gogo can wear a multi-guard.
Yeah, I'm thinking physical attacks. Shadow is also a haste X caster, the only other one besides Gao.
Then which team would be better suited for leaving him alive?
I'd have to look. I haven't really looked too much into your setups.
Bear, alone, crime, human. Would he go on Team Crime? Would that be too much crime for one?
Too much crime? What's that?
Because Team Crime hasn't been locked down. It's just going to be crime and others, so I figured he would have Small Bear on board just to make it different. Figure Human will have Terra, Celis, Strago, and Realm for her main 4. Because, like you said, the Benchwarmer issue, the ideal way to do Kefka's Tower is just to go 3 times through the tower and take out all the bosses that way.
Right. And like Sinkizi said, the solution isn't to force someone to use characters they don't want to use. You want... Good game design isn't you do what I want you to do. Good game design is I make you want to do what I want you to do. You give the player an incentive to use everybody. You don't make them do it. If
you do manage to institute some sort of experience leak, experience egg, whatever you, I would say one incentivize you could do is to don't have it do Esper levels.
It doesn't.
Just experience. If you want those Esper levels, you have to put them on the field. Like, that would be one way to be like, okay, well, I'm getting numbers for everyone else, but I kind of would like to have Celis learn any spells. I guess I'll put her in the party.
One approach, like mathematically speaking, is to, if you have one character that is starting to break away from the rest of the group and get way over leveled, is to have them start getting progressively less experience the higher their level is compared to, say, the party average. And if you're below the party average, then you get more experience.
How nightmarish would that be to code?
Oh, terribly. It's not something we could put in here. I'm just talking about the concept in theory.
Oh, I'm like,
because, like I said, I haven't really found what I consider to be an ideal solution to it. I have some ideas. I've seen certain ideas, but I've never really seen any of them done pretty well. I mean,
it could be done in Brave New World. So Jesus, like, I'm already on it.
I was about to say, you know, that sounds like.
Here you go, already done. 2.1.
There was one patch. I was watching Mishrak stream, and he was checking over his party before he fought one of the goddesses. And he went into the review screen, which back then we didn't have the shortcut for it. He just knew how to get to it.
Press left. Yeah.
And I looked at it, and I said, you know what this screen is missing? It should show what Esper you have equipped. There's even room for it. And I mentioned it to D. By the time that boss fight was done, D had already made the patch. I thought the party average was something that only got calculated on rare occasions, though. I mean, I guess you could...
You could run that script whenever you feel like.
Yeah, you could call the subroutine whenever, but yeah, I guess...
Grow, if you're talking about the floating continent, Shadow has to be there. He's plot-related. There's nothing you can do that would make him not show up on the floating continent. Trust me, I would love to be able to not have him be there. You can ignore him. You could walk right past him and go straight to Atma. Nothing's making you talk to him, but he's there.
That would be very painful.
I almost pulled it off in that one run. Like, I walked past him to see how... I was wondering how far it would let me get without talking to him, and I was like, oh, I'm going all the way.
Does it eventually stop you?
And no, I just wasn't able to beat Atma with 3.
Okay.
I think it was the no equipment run, where I brought 3 wizards for the biggest damage output. And the 3 of them were not able to beat Shadow. They needed him standing there throwing items. They didn't have time to. Oh, okay, we're back.
I think the bigger problem would be that Flare Star would just murder you without a 4th target.
Oh yeah, that might have been part of it too. But especially since the wizards were kind of fragile.
Yep.
You know, the smoke bombs in this fight are really good.
Yeah, I mean, I tried to really go out of my way to make Shadow useful here in, ways that don't involve just scrolls, because those are too expensive. The smoke bombs are surprisingly useful because Datalunima's gimmick is single target damage. Physical damage. He's got like almost no magic damage to speak of, so even if you don't take his damage into consideration, I think smoke bombs make him worth it.
Yeah, I mean he's not going to be doing any damage. He'll use his, I guess, flail to try to slow him eventually.
Mm-hmm.
But the smoke bombs are good, and I think Jump cares about the image too, so.
Yeah, Jump will miss on an image target. Yeah.
More importantly, your rude spell Spoon, your Phoenix down tax will miss. That's what Spoon is, because Cyan does not survive it at full health, and he is decked out in iron armor.
Yeah, and that's what I was thinking, Sakiz. I mean, you could do something very simple, but kind of coming up with more sophisticated scaling would require a lot more coding space. It's a thought.
Coding space, which... Didn't you just free up a bunch of that lately?
I don't know.
How lock does that have anything to do now that no one's getting hurt?
I'm trying to think, like, if it could scale in such a way that it was so prohibitive once a character got, like, say, 5 levels above the party average, that you'd almost want to go level up your weaker ones just so your stronger one could keep leveling. And it depends on how heavy-handed you'd want to get with it. But the strong getting stronger and the weak getting weaker is... It's not something that's a problem in just RPGs, it's a problem with a lot of games, a lot of genres.
It's definitely one of the biggest flaws of Final Fantasy VI.
It's one of the bigger flaws of pretty much any JRPG I can think of. It's not unique to Final Fantasy VI.
I can't think of too many that do the ensemble cast.
Mm-hmm. See, I actually prefer a smaller cast. Something like Breath of Fire 3 only had 6 characters, and honestly, I thought that was plenty.
Alright, Spoon bypasses Image. Good to know. Spoon is a real, okay, now you use it. Did you have Re-Rise or Phoenix Down? Well, now you have one less now.
So, rather than the experience requirements continuing to go up for each level, what happened is that the amount of experience you got was what was dynamically adjusted depending on how far ahead of the curve you were. That's an interesting way to do it.
Okay, Jump bypasses Image too. Good to know.
Does it?
It does. Image does not stop Spoon or Jump.
That's odd.
Alright, Shadow's a lot less useful here than I expected. We're leaving him at 1 health, so he can at least try for the big move.
Actually, image should work on both of those, being the operative word, should. Yeah, that's something I could bug Bropenio about.
Glad I found that for you. Unless that was part of the bug fix that's already there.
No, that's not something that, It's just one of those things that we don't really think of or consider until we see it in action and realize, oh, that's probably not the way it should work.
What do you mean no one's ever brought Shadow to fight Dataluma?
More like nobody's... I've never sat down and watched a stream and really got into the fact that, oh, look, Image is not helping against the two things you really want it to be helpful against.
He's real good with spoons.
Which I see it also doesn't work on rock.
It does work on rock.
Okay. Did Shadow just not have image up? Because I just saw him.
Shadow didn't have image up. Because those two moves are going to kill him anyway. Figure I just leave him at 1 and go for the desperation. He does not last long against Alone and Gao anyway, but...
Yeah.
Because sorry, it's not that I don't trust you, it's just I don't trust Shadow to not leave with my stuff. I'm gonna strip him down.
Yeah, we put in actually what we did here is we put in an unequip everyone not in your party function right after you select your team, I think it was. That way, no matter what your party is here, nobody goes back to Narshe with any of your shit.
That would be terrible. Especially here, since I'm now gonna be bringing Celis tagging in.
Because I remember, actually, when Sinkizi put it in initially, people were commenting that he left the sound in, so during the cutscene, all of a sudden you hear it why am I hearing the unequipped sound in the middle of the damn cutscene?
That's just everyone else going, alright, you're going there, I'm just gonna strip down my clothes, hand them off. Is Dataluma the only enemy in the game that jumps? No, the frogs do.
Guardian jumps.
Guardian jumps and the frogs. Okay, there's a couple. Was Guardian a boss rush in vanilla? I don't even remember anymore.
Guardian was coded as a boss rush, and the problem is just he died so quickly you never noticed, and it wasn't coded very well. That was what kind of made me want to turn him into a proper boss rush, is because if you looked at his script, it's clear that's what they were going for. It just didn't, like I said, just didn't pan out.
Like he just cycled way too fast through them for you to really notice what was going on?
No, more like he died in 2 rounds, so it didn't really matter. And it wasn't... It's been a while since I've looked at it, but that was just my takeaway from it. It's like, okay, I see what they're going for here. Let me actually help make it happen. In a way, I think it worked because of a common complaint through many iterations of Brave New World is that late game bosses were just damage sponges. But Guardian was one nobody ever complained about, even though he had more HP than most other bosses.
Because it feels like things are happening and you're progressing. It's not as clear on other bosses that could be kind of spongy that you're making any progress. Like, it's very clear with, like, Atma and Ultima. Because that at a threshold, the real fight begins. I want to hear about the wacky adventures of Old Man Ramu on top Crime Tower. You know there's a story there. They can't just be sitting atop the tallest building, and none of the brigands, vagrants below are like, yeah, just don't mess with this. He sparkles. Don't mess with him.
You ever seen Escape from New York?
That's where Solid Snakes was based off of, right? Bliskin?
Yeah.
Right.
I like to think that he's Ernest Borgnine from Escape from New York.
Oh, I haven't seen that movie in ages. You didn't know you can get Mog before the World of Ruin. Yeah, you can get Mog right at the same time that Terra is being recruited for the Esper Gate, Seal Cave. All right, back to Crime is getting every other role here.
Well, I need another beverage.
Oh yeah, how was that pina colada?
It was great.
Fantastic. And collect that.
Yeah, there's this Aldi's that opened across the street. I went there last week with Cassie.
Oh man,
And,
I love all these.
Oh, it's great. It's. I rarely go. I feel like I should, because this is the way like every business should be run.
Yeah, let your cashier sit.
Yeah. Dirt cheap prices. We don't care about presentation or any of that fancy bullshit. Just
Take the box from the item you just emptied. We're not putting anything on the shelf.
yeah.
We're not gonna bag it for you either. We're tossing it back into you. Bag it if you feel like it, but I'm not your dad. You do what you want.
We're not your mommy. So, and they have really good wine. Like they have $3 wine, which anywhere else, just hearing those words would make you want to vomit. But they have a bottle of $3 Moscato that's amazing. Tastes just like a $15 bottle of that.
When I lived in Virginia, I would often go to Aldi's to pick up the like the beer and like a hard cider from Aldi's. That was actually really good. But unfortunately, all alcohol up here is controlled, so Aldi's doesn't sell any.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Lame.
another thumbs down for Jersey.
Well, we found, I was about to grab some $3 Moscato, and I saw this bottle that, it looked like a pina colada mixer. Because, it's got like a coconut and like some pineapple on it. And I read the bottle, and I kept looking at it. Nowhere on it did it indicate, one, its alcohol content, or two, what the hell it was. But I'm like, you know what, I gotta get this, because it's... The odds of me not liking it are pretty damn low. And, brought it home, and sure enough, even Cassie took a sip, and she's like, okay, yeah, I even like this.
Grow this mod, Brave New World, that's playing now, it has a level 50 cap. But you don't need any levels to beat vanilla. Like, you could literally do it at level 6. The starting level. You also don't need equipment or espers. All that stuff is superfluous. It's all a distraction. Actually, BTB, what made you think level 3 as the start?
That is completely unchanged from the original game.
The original game, you start at level 6. It's Final Fantasy 6. They started you at 6.
Okay, alright, I think it was an unintentional side effect of me changing the levels that everybody starts off relative to the party average. I didn't actually set level 3 as the starting point, but I said everybody to start at the party average, and I guess it just ends up starting at 3 that way.
Oh, okay. I was just curious if that's just where you balanced the first enemies for and decided, that works.
Yeah, pretty much.
What's the reasonable level you could defeat these guys? Alright. Yeah, that looks good. That went very smoothly. I was rewatching my first playthrough of this game to see how much I've noticed, because you talk about you watch people to see how much they pick up on. And I was like, I wonder how much I picked up on the counterattacks and what have you. And one of the first things I said was, I hope this is enjoyable, because then there might be a few more playthroughs of this.
Just a few.
I would say this has been quite enjoyable so far. Alright, we want to swap Gao with the Reflect Ring. I remember spending several hours on the minecart ride, getting there way underprepared and underleveled, and managing to pull it off.
And I'm glad I've managed to introduce you to at least one other game. I know you've played The Messenger.
Yes. And someday, a new map game.
A new map game?
Yeah, eventually I'm interested in playing some Heroes, Mights and the Magics.
Oh, right, Heroes. I thought you were referring to, I think, Final Fantasy Legend 2 is on your 2 playlist at some point.
Yes, is that a map game?
It is... So, did you ever play Final Fantasy... You have played Final Fantasy 2.
Yes.
Final Fantasy 2 is a prototype for the Saga series.
I am quite fond of 2. It's really smart, and my trap build aside, it was a really good game.
Yeah, it had a few rough edges. Hell, the first Saga game still had rough edges, but Final Fantasy Legend 2 or Saga 2, it was, for its time, way ahead. Now, one thing that a trademark of the Saga series is a very high learning curve, whereas to a new player, it's actually very hard. To an experienced player, it's actually very easy, because since it doesn't utilize a traditional leveling system, that a leveling system acts as kind of a cap, which, when you eschew that leveling system and you go with something else, that cap goes away. And then once you learn how it works and how to exploit it, the game actually becomes a lot easier. But a new player isn't going to figure that out.
Of course. They'll see the lack of number and be confused.
Exactly. But it's definitely, especially if you don't mind, the old, kind of primitive system it's on. Also, the soundtrack is a joint venture between Nobuo Uematsu and Kenji Ito.
You had me at Uematsu.
Yeah, that's for most people. Like, Uematsu and this other guy. I'm like, no, okay. Kenji Ito is, like, the better version of... Kenji Ito is the cracked to Nobuo Uematsu's mad. Back when they were, like, magazines and not, just shitty websites. Ito has done the soundtrack for the Saga series and probably a little more well-known, the Mana series. and his specialty is battle music. Any game that Kenji Ito is involved with tends to have a lot of battle themes instead of just, your standard regular fight and your standard boss fight.
Oh, cool. Like different flavors for different areas, or different for like just different tones, or all of the above?
It depends, really. I mean, sometimes they look for even the flimsiest of excuses to just toss in random battle themes. Nice. It almost feels like he just hands them a list of them and they just sort of stick them in wherever they feel appropriate.
I wrote this song. Okay,
we'll
play it.
But yeah, he's... And Kenji Ito even has his own version of the Black Mages. He's put out 3 albums of metal remixes of all of the stuff that he's done, and it's...
Awesome.
Oh, it's so good. It is so good. And it's funny because, especially in Minstrel Song, the PS2 remake, half of that already was metal. So it's like, I don't think you can take some of this and make it even more metal.
I'm surprised at what can become metal nowadays when I see on my recommended videos on the YouTube that almost everything has a metal version.
Metal can make almost anything better. It can't make everything good, but it can make most anything better.
You people are insane. I love this ongoing gag of Shadow just tags along that y'all are nuts. I'm out of here.
That was one of those lines that when he leaves you at Barren Falls and he says, "You two are crazy." I mean, I got a chuckle out of it when I wrote it and put it in the script. But once I actually saw it, like acted out, I laughed my ass off. Like, something about actually seeing it in practice was so much funnier than just seeing it written on paper.
Oh, absolutely. It's goofy as heck that they're even considering all that stuff. Like jumping down the waterfall to get down below.
And I think it's the timing of it. Because you've got Sabin and Cyan, and they're talking about, well, what are our options? Well, we can jump down this waterfall. Okay, what are we going to do after we jump down the waterfall? Like, that's just a given. It's like, well, the Velt's a pretty nasty place. We'll probably die there a few times, but maybe we can get to Moblis. And then there's a beat.
Yeah.
And then Shadow's just like, you two are nuts. You two are fucking nuts. I'm out of here. And, that beat is just so important for the comedy value. There's a comic strip. Have you ever heard of a comic called Wondermark?
No.
It's a web comic, not a particularly popular one, but it's... Anyone who reads XKCD might have heard of it, because it's one of those, here's other web comics I like. And,
XKCD is like the other Cyanide and Happiness-esque, like, stick people thing going on?
Sort of, but it goes in a different direction. It's a very, very, very pretentious, is its deal. But there's a Wondermark comic that, there's a guy eating Cheetos out of a bag with chopsticks.
Alright.
And someone's like, "Are you eating Cheetos with chopsticks?" Like, yeah, it keeps the orange crap off my fingers. And then there's a beat panel. And then it cuts to, like, a newspaper headline, "Modern day Prometheus." It just came to me. And it does not work without the beat panel. Like, if you take the beat panel out, it just ceases to be funny entirely. You need that, like, second of him staring at the guy, and then you cut to it. It's...
Well, Joe, it's not that he's afraid of the waterfall, it's that he hadn't come to terms with being cool with dying at that point. I have an extra ninja key. You there. Nothing to buy there. We're actually really good on anything to buy. This team could handle the rats with Crawler. Okay. Cyan will not be particularly helpful for the rats. The game promotes suicide? Accepting your fate. Or you give Shadow a hand and take care of him before that. Now this team is going to make use of Setzer.
No, this game just promotes doing really, really stupid things because if you're a beefy enough boy, you can handle it. Kind of like how they're all talking before they jump into the Serpent Trench. It's like, well, there's 3 of us. 7, just like, I'm fine. I'm good. I've had training.
This game tried to keep the adventure, happy-go-lucky tone of its predecessor. It's to varying degrees of success.
I will say this is probably where the tone started shifting toward emo crap that really, really hit home with 7.
The thing is, they had been going at that kind of rate for a while. Like, if you think about odd numbers, were all happy-go-fun adventure, and then even numbers were melodramas.
Yeah.
Everyone's dead melodrama, and 246 kept with that, and 135 kept with those. Imagine if they had kept it going. Imagine if 7 ended up being a happy-go-lucky. What if Cloud's default state of mind was let's mosey? I think that would have led to a much better game overall.
You know, I really, yeah. I would like to have seen that. Granted, there are other problems that 7 had, but...
Like, lacking a main villain.
I was gonna say complete and total homogeny amongst its cast.
Oh, that's just bad gameplay. The gameplay mechanic. I'm saying plot, well, even plot-wise.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's not really the first thing I think of when I think of any game. There is... I look at a game and the first thing I look at is the gameplay. Everything else is secondary. To me...
So you also hate 8.
Yeah. Yeah, Sinkies ain't a fan of it either, as I'm sure he's about to pop in and mention. But to me, a plot in a video game, it's like panties. They can be interesting, sure. I mean, nice window dressing. But I'm a little more interested in what's underneath it.
Alright, I was waiting for the punchline there, and it did not disappoint.
No. Analogies are kind of a thing I do.
It's an art. No spoilers on the 7 remake. I'm still watching a playthrough of that. I'm not very far into it, but I've gotten as far as the Dementors. And I got put off a bit, so I gotta like rev myself back up to keep watching. Because the gameplay does not look fun at all in 7. But I'm interested in what they did with the plot.
Of the remake?
Yeah.
It's alright, I guess.
It looks alright. Like, it's a good looking game, and I hope the plot picks up a little, but the gameplay doesn't not look fun. If you wanted to make a Kingdom Hearts game, just say you're making a Kingdom Hearts game. I
will say a typical Squaresoft game. Squaresoft has its fans. Squaresoft has some pretty passionate fans. It makes games that are very fondly remembered because they have a good atmosphere, because they have good presentation, because they have good music, good story. I don't think many Squaresoft games are fondly remembered because they have good gameplay. They have good ideas. They have good ideas that could be fleshed out into something. And that's what made Final Fantasy VI such a modder's playground, is because the code is full of half-baked ideas that just need a little bit more time in the oven.
This wasn't done yet. Could you put it back?
This is raw! It is fucking raw! There's so much oil on this plate that the America's trying to invade it. But yeah,
Is that British TV?
that's Gordon. That is my pathetic attempt at trying to sound like Gordon Ramsay.
Oh, okay. It's the Gordon Ramsay of game design. And Zuhat's here. Zuhat's been here all day.
I guess
Easy says it was a blast to play. It does not look like it. Like, I'm watching Chip Cheesem play through it. It does not look fun to play.
But yeah, you see that a lot, with Squaresoft games in particular, and honestly, you see it a lot with Microsoft too. I think the name has something to do with it, where it's more about you just want to keep coming up with ideas rather than fleshing out the ones that are already there. And that's, contrary to what I try to do, which is take what's already there and kind of make it all work. And toss out what isn't working and really only add my own stuff if I absolutely need to.
Except for sequels. Then they put no effort into it ever.
Yeah, pretty much. I respect the attempt that was made with FF7R to appeal to people who hate RPGs and people who hate everything except RPGs.
I like a lot of the characters they made, and the atmosphere is neat. But not having played it, it looks clunky and convoluted.
What an RPG is depends on how old you are, too. Because once upon a time, an RPG would be something like the original Final Fantasy. A D&D inspired dungeon crawler. Where the story is there, but I mean, the core gameplay is just brutally designed dungeon crawling, where you're just trying to survive to get from one level to the next.
Good old-fashioned combat and exploration.
Yeah.
Back in our day, and now they have 12, 13, some garbage in between, and since the 1813s that they made.
But after a while, and I think I was talking to Muppets about this the other day, is games begin to embrace the concept of being a legitimate art form. And, they started telling stories and having more intricate plots and becoming more about the presentation. It started focusing more on that. And it kind of left the brutal and unforgiving gameplay design of the past behind. And In a way, that's good and bad. It's good in the sense that a lot of that kind of design was just flat out unfair. I consider the original Final Fantasy to be unplayable by today's standards, because a lot of what could happen to you in dungeons, I mean, it wasn't anything you had any control over. It was just, you lost a roll of the dice. Oh, look, I'm in the Marsh Cave, and here's 4 wizards instead of 2, and now I'm dead.
There were definitely decisions made when it came to the random enemy formations.
Yeah. But, I think the pendulum kind of swung too far in the other direction. I like the idea that if you look at Final Fantasy VII and you look at least the idea of cutscenes and all this really cool CGI animation we'd seen for the first time, the idea was that seeing more of the story was your reward for getting through the next area. It's just that they wanted so badly for you to see it, the idea of that actually being difficult, just screw it. We don't care. We just want you to go ahead and finish the game, and we want to make it so easy that nobody's going to complain about how hard it is.
Right, and it's disappointing.
Yeah.
Because you have to appeal to money kind of play. They were trying to make that appeal to everyone.
I believe in the concept of difficulty. I just think it should be fair, and that's more and more the focus that I put into Brave New World. And you have people who complain that Brave New World has gotten too easy, and it hasn't gotten any easier over time. What's happened over time is that we've taken fake difficulty and replaced it with actual difficulty. And the people who are actually really good at handling real difficulty think it's gotten easier. That's why No Way Hard type exists.
Because he's like, all right, difficulty in.
You want more fake difficulty? Here we go.
That's why Kefka can goner into double meteors. There's your endgame fake difficulty.
Oh, God. Yeah. But a real good example of this, and this is something I mentioned in that article I showed you. Ninja Gaiden. Ninja Gaiden, we remember it today because it was hard as balls. But what it was notable for at the time is it was one of the first games to actually have cutscenes. It had a story. It had a pretty tropey, but it was at least an interesting story that played out from stage to stage.
I've never played Ninja Gaiden.
Well, Gaiden literally means story, so. And it made sense. So that was your reward for playing, for getting through to the next stage. You got to see the next chapter in the story. So that's my concept of how you have a story in a video game, is you've got the game, and when you play the game well and you get to the next stage, you're rewarded by, the plot. Now, I think a more advanced game could probably, meld them together a little more closely so you have a tighter feedback loop where it's not just play a stage, see some plot, play a stage, see some plot. But the concept is still, sound, is the reason. One of the things that gets you to keep playing is you want to see what happens next.
I mean, it definitely worked in The Messenger.
Yeah. But also, equally importantly, is that the creators of the very first mainstream console game, to my knowledge, to prominently feature cutscenes did not make them unskippable. So there's something to be said for that.
That it would be too much work. Video games were too new that they didn't think there'd be replay value there.
No, they didn't make the cutscenes unskippable. They were skippable.
Oh, they were skippable.
Yeah. Imagine having that kind of faith in your own work It's like, you know what? We're gonna put a lot of time and effort into making this really cool story. It's a brand new concept for console games that are, up until this point, mostly just modeled off of arcades. But we're not gonna cram it down the player's throat. We're not going to make them watch the same cutscene over and over and over again.
I mean,
don't think-
I don't know who would want to watch the same thing over and over. Actually, it hasn't been. It's been almost entirely crime this evening.
Actually, I'm thinking of the fact that we're just watching one of the game's extended cutscenes over here.
Yep.
But
With a rake.
imagine Final Fantasy VI with all of its major cutscenes being skippable.
That would be glorious.
It would be interesting because how much of the game is those... Okay, when I say how much of the game, like, if you take away the cutscenes from Final Fantasy VI, like, what's left? Like, they're so critical of a part of the game. I guess take all the plot elements away from Final Fantasy VI and then just have the combat and the, overworld exploration. Like, what does the game become at that point?
It becomes the better no text one for people who are doing it for replay value.
Yeah, I guess. But it becomes a much different thing. It's not like playing through Ninja Gaiden and just skipping all of the cutscenes. Because the game doesn't feel any different that way. It just feels like you're playing a platformer. Whereas this, I guess, feels like you're playing just an old school dungeon crawler.
Yeah, and there's not wrong with that. Alright, time to acquire Crime's 4th member. And then I might remember to bring them to, go get Lich. Did you manage to find Lich on the Veldt? You found Lich on the Veldt, never mind. You're fine. You wear your dad. Never mind. And we're back to... alone. Enough about that. Back to the opera. It's a little bit further behind. Crime has finished the Magitech facility. Alone is beginning the opera.
Alrighty. Come here, boy. Come here.
Time to enjoy some opera. And I have not seen... I feel bad for Shinchizi there. My cat has not shown up all evening. Must actually be sleeping after all that milk. Oh yes, it's completely random. Every 9.5 to 12.5 minutes, it will randomly swap between one of 4. It could swap between itself. We haven't seen that happen too often. Muscle Belt is only available in the world of Ruin. That is a question. The answer is yes. You're talking about vanilla. The East and West. We're waging war. There is a lot of shenanigans I'm sure you could do with this shuffler. Someone said that there's a video of someone playing Mega Man 1, 2, and 3 using it. I do not know under what conditions, but yeah, that you can plug any games you want. I just plugged 4 different versions of this. I don't blame you, Shinchizi. It is getting late.
Yeah, I thought it was late 2 hours ago. and then I realized it was only like 9.
It's weird going to bed, or when I have work and I go to bed at like 8:45, the sun's still setting. That's weird.
Yeah, that's... Well, I don't know. I do rotating shifts, so I'm used to falling asleep at any time of the day.
I take my usually 1 week a year vacation, and it throws off my entire sleep schedule because I don't have to get up early. So then I want to stay up late, but then I get up early this morning anyway, so I can start streaming early because I just want to get back to this because I have a problem.
Yeah, I've noticed.
I think Fig put it very succinctly that last run was 4 people playing 1 game, and this run it's 1 person playing 4 games.
You know what? That makes this the perfect follow-up to it, really.
Yeah. That's how I thought of doing the no pants run, was doing that immediately after the low level. No level, best equipment. Swap that out for no equipment, all the levels.
I remember when you moved in with Nikki, I think that one of the things you told me is that it actually made you start getting to bed at a reasonable hour, because before, you'd just stay up for God knows how long doing whatever, and now you actually have some kind of indication that, hey, maybe you should go to bed. Because you live with somebody that will go to sleep at a normal hour.
And working from home has completely ruined that.
Yeah, I can imagine that. Yeah, he's always been a bit of a insomniac, so...
Same. When I do get to sleep, it's usually not for very long.
I'm the only one that handled things, or the only one at the office that handles the shift work by sleeping too much instead of not enough.
Oh man, I wish. Maybe if I do go to bed really late, there's no snooze alarm on my dog. I snooze, I lose. He has a set time he needs to go out.
Yeah, it's one of the nice things about having cats, is going out means going to shit in the box. Man, imagine if you could teach a dog to shit in the box. Why haven't we done this yet?
Oh, I don't think I'd want that in my house. Like, when the lady friend's actually around, she'll usually do that in the morning, because I could usually get a little bit of sleep if I'm not getting up for work. I'd rather just teach my animals to use the toilet. There's been more than one occasion where she does the same thing my dog does when I'm trying to stay up a little bit later and they're both ready for bed. They'll just both sit there and stare at me. Until I get the hint that they are going to bed and I'm expected to join. Then they get upset when I'm just laying there on my phone restless. Like, I wasn't ready for bed, what do you do? And in fact, I'm gonna bug you because you didn't. I did not see you go floss. Go brush and floss.
My cats are starting to bug me to go to sleep these days when they feel it's time for me.
Ooman, you need your sleep so you can feed us.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand how people can fall asleep without brushing their teeth.
Yeah.
It's gotta feel so gross.
Yeah, like if I ever accidentally fall asleep before I brush my teeth, I wake up the next morning and it feels nasty.
Yeah. She says she loves my morning breath because it's clean. Brush your teeth, you animal.
Yep.
Granted, I'm biased in that field, but she worked with me. She's worked for me for many years. It's she knows this.
I was about to say, yeah, I suppose you would have a bias when it comes to dental hygiene, now that I think about it. But you would know better than the rest of us what we should be doing.
I would feel like it's still common sense. Brush your teeth at least twice a day, in the morning and at night. All the rest is just icing on the cake. Really depends on what you've been eating, but you can really get away with just 2, but you have to do them. Although I will admit, I don't floss at night, because I use a water flosser. That wakes me up. I can't blast my mouth with cold water and then try to fall asleep right after. It just won't happen. I floss in the morning. Or after ribs.
I will not say that I floss every day, but if you're ever dealing with somebody that thinks they don't need to floss, which I'm sure you have encountered such people.
Mm-hmm. It's bad. Go ahead.
I figure out the best way to do it is tell them, okay, you don't think you need to floss, fine. Do this for me then. Just go brush your teeth. And, if you use mouthwash, do that too. Just do whatever you need to do. Get your teeth to what you consider to be clean. And then floss. And then smell the floss.
My favorite is giving a patient a toothbrush and having them go brush at the sink. And then when they tell them to bring it back with them. And then after they're standing there brushing, at the dentist's office, so they're doing the best job they can because they just got called out. Then I'll show them in the mirror what they missed.
Yeah,
because it's not. I mean, thank God I'm not a dentist and I have to see really bad cases. But when it comes to braces and orthodontics, the puffy gums can actually grow. They grow when there's things in them not getting clean. So then your puffy gums will start to encroach and grow over and around the braces, making just getting them adjusted incredibly painful for you and very bloody, which makes it very difficult for us. Because the moment I go to take off the tie and it starts to bleed, well, I'm now losing visibility and everything's getting very slippery. And you're about to have a less than ideal day here. And I don't bother telling people to floss with brace. Get a water flosser. No one's going to thread the floss around their wire and their braces. No one does it without it, so just get a water pick. They're like $40. It's worth it. Half the time, the parents will get it and the kids won't use it.
That actually doesn't sound like a terrible investment. I would actually be very interested in if you had if you could send me a link or something of something you'd recommend.
Absolutely. You send me your address, I will buy you one. Okay, so we swapped from the opera to the opera. Human has finally gotten to do a little bit more opera. The water pick, if used properly, is more effective than flossing.
That's even better.
It's loud, but it's very teasing. It's very pleasant to eat something like ribs or corn, and then water pick and watch everything fall out into the sink. It's a good feeling. It's like, yeah, got it.
I think salads are really the worst that way for me, spinach and all that.
See, you eat healthy. I don't think my mouth would know what to do with that. This food diary I've been keeping to lose weight, it's more like I'm eating less of what I usually eat. Like there's lettuce on that tuna sub I had the other day. That's healthy-ish. Every now and then, almost eat healthy through HelloFresh. That whole meal prep food thing, it's okay food. Sometimes it tastes good. I feel like I'm cooking when I'm following the recipes.
What I do is that when I want to learn how to make something new, I just kind of get an idea of what the thing I'm trying to make usually has in it. And I try to just not even follow a recipe half the time, but just make what I imagine a normal version of that thing might be. Like that sandwich I made the other day, the Mediterranean sandwich, is just, okay, I imagine this sandwich would have this, this, and this on there. And I made it, and you know what? It's really damn good.
Nice.
Sometimes it ends up being a happy accident, because I used to think that salsa was typically made with red onions and not yellow. So that's what I put in my salsa when I make it, and it ends up pretty good.
Suppose salsa would be big down in Texas.
A little bit. It's a food group.
I also hate cooking sin cheesy, unless it's meat. I have no problem tossing a steak or burgers on the stovetop. Aside from that's about it. That's about all I want to cook. Sometimes chicken cutlets if I'm really feeling it. I'm the DoorDash drivers know me.
I find cooking to be therapeutic. I'm very, very detail oriented in a lot of the things I do. I'm sure Brave New World might be an indication. But cooking is the one thing I can do where I can just kind of go in and wing everything. You know, like it used to drive Lily nuts that I would never use measuring cups or. And even if I try to give a recipe to someone, I cannot give you exact amounts because the exact amounts to me are just toss them in. But it's freeing, you know?
Dang, Raikona, you got healthy stuff on standby. Like I go to Aldi's and I get those $1 veggie bags, and that's usually a side dish for every meal I do eat. I have like 8 in my freezer right now. Yes. Raikona, you missed BTB's ranting about how great Aldi's is earlier.
Yeah, I think Aldi's really has the right idea. I wish more businesses were run the same way.
I suppose the only thing I do experiment when I like cook my steaks. I'll like try a different seasoning or something. Recently, I've actually been really fond of putting like pancake syrup on it instead of barbecue sauce. That was discovered entirely by me grabbing the wrong bottle and pouring it on and being like, oh, that's not the barbecue. Oh well. I was like, we're going with pancake syrup, which I'm told recently, lady friend says that maple syrup and pancake syrup are 2 different things. I always call them all maple syrup, but she says they're very different, and Mrs. Buttersworth does not count as maple syrup.
Is she like talking about like real Canadian maple syrup that tastes kind of weird?
I don't know. I've never had I guess I've never had the good stuff.
I don't know. I kind of prefer just the regular crap. Like Mrs. Butterworth, or I use Log Cabin personally, but
I just feel like it all tastes the same. So why would I pay 8 times as much at Walmart to get the stuff that's shaped like a maple leaf when Mrs. Buttersworth and Aunt Jemima are all the same?
Why would you pay $15 for a bottle of wine when you can pay $3 at Aldi's?
That's right.
For something just as damn good.
Do you not put syrup on your pancakes because you have chocolate chip pancakes and therefore you have butter instead? Because Lady Friend makes dang good pancakes.
I do not actually like chocolate chip pancakes. I think it is a weird flavor profiling. My pancakes have crushed pecans and walnuts and chia seeds.
That's, again, with the so healthy stuff. Alright, this team is in trouble. Their only way to deal with these rats is Bioblaster.
Well, just call the exterminator.
Takes 2 Bioblasters and Edgar fell. Alright, good. You have the panic button, that's not helpful. Well, you do have Flurry. You could almost help.
I also use Smart Balance in place of butter, which I've actually grown a taste for it. Like, I prefer it to butter.
Man, how'd you trick your brain into that?
If you've ever had Smart Balance before,
No, I don't know what that is.
It's a spread that is a closer balance to saturated versus unsaturated fat as you would find in butter.
These respawning rats suck, BTB.
And it's funny because there's only two of them that will respawn. So
What do you mean there's only 2 of them? Just
So-
the one in the center and the one on the left?
I forget what their exact positions are, but whether or not they respawn is determined based on their position.
And is that randomized every time?
No, it's not randomized. It's the same two.
That was frustrating. Oh, they kept respawning each other.
Yeah, there's I think slot 3 will respawn slot 1 and slot 4 respawn slot 2, or something like that.
Okay.
That's how it works. I forget what the actual slot numbers are, but
Huh. Okay. This is the team that didn't get the sprint shoes on the first pass because of shenanigans of bouncing back and forth. The syrup thing is a holdover from elementary school. Oh no. Elementary school ruined syrup for you forever. I tried to do the healthier thing at one point and switched to like Miracle Whip instead of straight mayo, and I couldn't do it. Miracle Whip tastes so bad.
dude, Miracle Whip is not mayo. Miracle Whip is an abomination.
It was supposed to be healthier, and it was so gross.
It is a slap in the face of. It's a contempt for the natural order of things, is what it is.
I need to find more ways to cook eggs because I have this issue where I always buy the same things when I go to the store, no matter what I'm going for or when I go. And eggs is usually one of those things because they're like 98 cents for a dozen at this Walmart. So I now have like 5 dozen eggs in my fridge because I keep buying it every time I go, but I haven't made any in ages. Eggs don't expire, right?
Dude, I eat eggs like every day. I could not. I couldn't go a week without eating eggs. I don't think.
It's just I hate doing dishes. I think that's the part that's kept me from cooking. Anyway, meanwhile, in Alone's world, the part that's kept me from cooking is knowing there's cleanup coming. So usually I cook when the lady friend's around and someone will offer to wash the dishes since I did all the cooking.
Yeah, I suppose. Doing dishes is a pain in the ass. Okay, do you not own like a dishwasher though?
I'm the dishwasher, or she's the dishwasher. No, I
Yeah,
don't. I don't own it. My house is old. It's an old farmhouse.
Might be part of your problem.
But apparently, I don't do a good enough job washing the dishes. So if I do a poor job and the dish is found later, then I get scolded, and then it gets rewashed anyway. And that's just not a great feeling.
Yeah, I can see that.
I'm like, well, I didn't want to do it in the first place, and you're saying I did it awful, so you do it then. You were getting eggs from your brother, the yolks are so much yellower. Nutrient-rich food. That's awesome that you have that. Back when I lived in Virginia, I did that all the time. Got eggs from a local farm, and they were all sorts of colors. They were like blue and whatnot. Asked one of the farm girls one time, "Where do brown eggs come from?" And she goes, "Brown chickens." I was like, "Okay, I accept this answer."
Where do green eggs come from?
It's something to do with like a gland behind their neck or something that determines what color their eggs are. Like when out in Virginia, the place I had a dishwasher. I mean, it didn't work, so we used it to store our pots and pans.
When I first kind of was out on my own, I lived in an actual barn, so I didn't have a dishwasher either. But very, very soon after, I realized I could not keep going like that. I needed a dishwasher. I would not want to live my life without one.
Can't imagine why. No, because washing dishes stinks. Like, I don't even have a place to put a dishwasher here, even if I wanted it. It'd have to be like an appliance off by itself. Probably next. I probably replace that one china cabinet that everyone owns, where that has the dishes you never actually use. They're just for decoration.
Yeah. It's like at that point, why even have them, you know? Dishes are not... That's like having the good toilet paper that nobody ever uses because it's nice.
No, those are washcloths next to the sink, BTB. You're not supposed to use those. Single use, so you have to then wash very well afterwards.
Oh, God. We got some supposedly nice toilet paper at the store the other day. Looks like, according to the picture, it looks like I'm wiping my ass with a baby duckling or something.
Yeah, I usually pay the little extra to wipe my butt with the good stuff. I tell myself I'm worth it. It's okay.
There are some things that are worth splurging on, and that's one of them.
So I tell myself. Sandpaper, the one that starts off brown. But one ply is better for the environment. Shut up. I'll budge on some things. This is not one of them.
What you could just do, Cassie, is you could get a Dremel tool and get a little sandpaper tip, and then just kind of stick it up there and...
Oh, man. There you go. Come on.
The ass Dremel is an idea that I've actually had for a while, and I've explained it to Cassie in pretty deep detail.
I mean, I suppose there would be some events that would be quite nice to have.
Yeah.
You know, when you get the mud butt and it just doesn't stop coming.
Mm-hmm.
And just, wipe for me. Off you go now.
Yeah, it seems like a good idea.
Until the paper runs out and you're just shredding.
That's the good part, because then it's scratching for you.
Oh. Like, she bought me a shower brush, and when I use it, it feels like I'm like scrubbing myself in the shower with sandpaper. She goes, "It's exfoliating." I'm like, I feel like I'm tearing away my skin, but I've never felt cleaner.
That's literally what exfoliating means.
It doesn't feel healthy, but it feels nice. I don't know how to explain that. Like, it doesn't feel like that's how you should be scrubbing your back and belly or what have you.
Huh.
Apparently it wasn't good enough to just put it on a washcloth.
Yeah, no, you gotta really just take a. You gotta be like a snake, just shed a whole layer of skin.
Every time I shower, just scrubbing. It was nice. I've never cleaned my legs that deeply before, I will say.
Oh god.
Apparent-
Lava brain. Yeah. Lava soap is where I draw the line, though. I don't want to actually scrub with sand. There's sandpaper and then there's sand liquid, which is what lava soap is.
It's like rough. It's got like the beads in it or something.
Eddie. Oh my god, he's been sitting here meowing at me all damn night. And like, I try to let him outside, he doesn't want to go outside, I feed him, I'll just sit down on the floor and play with him, and he still, I don't know. I think he just wants to make noise at me.
My cat does that. Like, hey, pay attention to me. Hey, pay attention to me.
And then I do pick him up, and like, I smother him with attention, and he's like, get the hell off of me.
No, I just wanted to be acknowledged. I don't want to be touched. Like, my face scrub that I've been using is, it has like the little beads in it, so it feels a little rough when I wipe, but it's working.
I'm gonna have the beads. Yeah.
I'm over 30 years old, and I've been having this issue with boyish acne lately, and that's taken care of it. Ever since I started exercising more frequently, been breaking out, and I felt like it should have gone the other direction, but alright, whatever. You do
No,
you, I guess, Skin.
You're breaking out because you're sweating more.
I'm washing my face though, but it's not enough, it seems.
I mean, it stands to reason that your pores are getting more shoved through them because they're being more active because you're sweating more.
Makes sense.
No, that's just my uneducated opinion. I know everyone I know says, "Oh, you got such soft skin. Your skin is so nice. There's no breakouts." I'm like, "Yeah, I also don't do anything."
And you eat quite healthy.
Yeah.
I am not a nutritionist or a dermatologist. Probably doesn't help all the Monster I drink.
Yeah, I mean, if there is any one thing anyone could do to improve their health, just dropping soda is, I think, probably the top thing on the list.
I try to go through this at least a few times a day of water.
That's good.
Monster it's my other addiction. Alright, let's swap out from an Ultros fight into an Ultros fight.
I mean, I need to drink more water too. I tend to start my day off with coffee and then switch to alcohol.
When are you gonna start drinking water, he says.
Yeah, and then I have milk when I want something to drink, so...
Beer, coffee, and milk.
Yeah.
Oh man, I'm really glad you brush your teeth every day.
Did you just switch to the same fight with a different party?
Yes.
Great.
Human and Alone are neck and neck. Now, Cyan has the Knight's Cape. Will he attempt to protect Edgar and Locke from the other side?
Yeah, side doesn't matter. The only thing that should matter is a row.
Beautiful. I have to have my monster in the morning in order to be functional.
Well, that's where coffee comes in.
I've never gotten the taste for coffee.
Yeah, some people need to put milk in it or something like that to make it tolerable. I think that bitter beverages are kind of an acquired taste. Usually people who don't like coffee. I guess you don't really like beer either.
No, I usually, if I do have alcohol, it's usually like a hard cider.
Yeah.
Quite fond of Angry Orchard or what's Reds is the Aldi's flavor or version of it.
No, Reds isn't the Aldi's version. I don't know what the Aldi's version is.
It's pretty good. It's all right. It was super cheap. It was like $2 something for a 6-pack. It was really nice.
Yeah, and like Cassie is saying, I know who she's talking about, and I really feel for the guy.
Kidney stone. I had a roommate in undergrad that passed a kidney stone there, and that sounded miserable. That's why the only two things I really drink are my Monster and my water. I feel like one outdoes the other. I don't know if it works that way, but that's what I tell myself. It's okay. You had water as well. I usually chase a sip of Monster with water.
I mean, it's probably not. I mean, there are people out there that are drinking like 2 Monsters a day, which I have no idea how they're still alive.
There was a point where I was drinking between 5 and 7 a day.
I'm sorry, did you say 5 and 7 Monsters a day?
Yes. Like an 8-pack would last me maybe the day.
Jesus Christ,
You
dude.
ever heard of med school? It's a competition of who can stay awake the longest.
Yeah, but I mean,
It was I did not have great skin in college, I'll tell you that much.
I feel like being in med school is like the one place where you have to know what the hell you're doing to your body is not good for it.
Knowing what you wanted for your body versus knowing what you were trying to do for your future are two different things.
Oh my god. I don't know how. Oh, Jesus.
And shots
That's
of fire energy, yeah, right there, Cassie. I was like that. I would start to fall asleep within an hour of drinking a Monster, so I would have to open another. Although, do not shut a shotgun a Monster. That does not. The carbonation is intense.
Meanwhile, I'm just sitting here sipping a beer. I'm like, well, damn.
5-Hour Energy came out when I was a junior in high school. And my science fair project was if you drank 3 5-Hour Energies, would you get 15 hours of continuous energy or 5 hours of near heart attack? And I got a group of 8 guys to do this. And overwhelming consensus was 5 hours of near heart attack. 1 guy passed out, and 2 guys pooped their pants. We did not get first place in the science fair that year, surprisingly.
Why?
That was the only year I did not get first place in the science fair project.
I think this is. I think that is still relevant data today. Like, I think there are many people out there that need to see the results of that project.
Because it was brand new. It had just come out. Like, the commercials were all over TV.
Ah, God. I mean, that's the sort of thing that the Mythbusters would refuse to do because the insurance company wouldn't let them do it. Sure, we'll let Adam and Jamie almost blow themselves up, but no, this is too much.
It was quite uncomfortable from my recollection of being 17.
Yeah. No,
and I was a vet. I consider myself a veteran because I was drinking Monster from like 8th grade when Monster came out. At least nowadays I drink the sugar-free one, and the calorie-free one.
I don't think that helps.
I'm sure if I have one of the if they are out of the sugar-free ones and I have to drink one of the ones with sugar, I can feel it on my teeth. It's disgusting. That's why I can't have too much in the way of like hard cider because I can just feel the sugars building up in my teeth.
The only thing I really feel that with is Coca-Cola, which I flat out cannot drink
More of
because
a
it makes.
Pepsi man.
I like Pepsi. Honestly, though, I mean, if I ever drink a soda, which is incredibly rare, um, honestly, I prefer root beer.
Yep, Barks root beer.
Barks, yep.
It's got to be
Barks.
Barks because it's the only one with caffeine. All the others are just a waste of calories and sugar. You're not getting the caffeine in your soda, then what are you doing to yourself?
Yeah, I don't know what the chemical formula for Coke is, but speaking of the
Apparently.
Mythbusters, though, I think they did an episode on all the various things you can do with Coke, and it's a pretty impressive list, actually.
It's nice. It's gone downhill ever since they took the Coke out of it, but
You know, you say that like you were alive back when they still were cocaine in it.
I, I have had my fill because there comes a point in college where Moss, many monsters is not doing it for you anymore. You need to stay up later so you can keep studying, so you can get the good grades, so you can get the good jobs. You find other things that'll keep you awake.
Yeah. Welcome to the American education system, dude.
I'm still in massive student loan debt. They ended up being way more expensive than I expected, despite graduating 2 years earlier than my peers.
I'm so glad I never went to college. Or I went to college, I just didn't really keep going beyond like a 2 years of community college that were paid for. So
Nice.
I mean, I'm not a good student. If I can't learn something just to like learn it, I have to have an immediate application for it. I have to learn something because I'm trying to do something and I don't know how. So, like, I've been learning assembly because, hey, I want to, do something here and I don't know how it's done, so I need to figure out how the hell to do that. Are you asking me, Cassie? I dropped out. I never got my associates. I was like maybe 2 or 3 credits away from it, but I never went back.
Did she not know the answer, or is she calling you out?
She probably doesn't know. I don't really talk about it. It's not like
okay.
I had. See what happens as I was in college, and then I got married, and I had a choice between college and work because I couldn't really do both, so I went to work. And I got a job working at an egg roll factory, which was terrible.
Egg roll factory. So you were like master egg roller. You could roll a sushi, roll a blunt real good.
Oh hell no! See, I worked the overnight shift, and
That seems
overnight
to be a trend for you.
they needed somebody to clean the machines. They needed someone small enough, like me, to crawl into those machines to clean them out. And so I'd have to put on this like Eskimo suit and then crawl into these things in sub-zero temperatures. It's so cold that I come out and my gloves are frozen in the shape of the air gun I was holding.
Oh wow. That sounds like quite the job that you did not get paid enough to do.
Oh no, I got fired after like 2 months because I hated it and it showed. So I spent a few years kind of bouncing around just between anything I could until I landed my job at Yahoo. And only then, because they would hire any Yahoo that walked in off the street.
Yahoo.
Yep. But that ended up kind of being my big springboard. Yeah, college just wasn't a big deal for me. Like, my education in general, I don't think I really learned anything of any real value through any of my years in high school or what little I took of college.
Too bad.
I mean, they don't teach you things you need to know in life. They teach you, well, okay, they'll teach you like math, but there's a whole lot of things that they should teach in school, but they don't.
I agree. I also dropped out of school my sophomore year of my undergrad when I got really sick. And it was rough getting back into it.
Yeah, I can imagine.
What was Bear doing? Bear was fighting these chickens, was wrestling these chickens, apparently.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't like school, and I am, certainly not happy with school as it is. Our education system, it's kind of a relic from the industrial days where we needed to produce factory workers who wouldn't question orders or complain when, the machine sliced their genitals off. But it has not really evolved with the needs of society. I don't think.
I agree. That was in Cheesy's 15 years later. Like, I was planning on going back to school, but didn't work out.
All of the guys, most of the people I work with, I don't know how many of them, but I know Sinkizi is one of them. They all went to, I think, ITT Tech. And I am the only one of us that has no college degree or certification or qualification. I just... ITT Tech, probably.
I remember hearing ads for it.
Yeah, the core group all went to ITT Tech, and then there's me, so... the outlier of the group. The other kind of notable thing about everyone I work with is that we all got hired at almost exactly the same age. Most of us got hired at age 23.
Oh, nice. So y'all have been together for a while now.
Yes. We have been together for a very long time. Which, it's really cool working with people for that long, because you avoid, like, so many problems. You hear people bitch about their jobs and the people they work with, and... like, I don't have these problems with the people I work with, because, I... Yeah, Dennis is the outlier there. Not me. But, like, I like my boss, I like the people I work with. They drive me nuts sometimes, but it's... knowing someone for that long makes them really easy to work with.
And the fact that you haven't killed each other yet is pretty good.
There are two I am kind of expecting to maybe kill each other sometime in the near future. We'll see. Yeah, we'll have to see how that goes, but... Yeah, did you ever see the first Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie?
Yeah.
You remember...
Showing...
that was Wayne's World.
No, that was all, they made a Wayne's World reference in... Which Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles did they go back in time to, like, Japan? Like, ancient Japan?
That's the one we never talk about. That's the one that didn't happen.
I was quite fond of that one. And they made a dick joke in that too.
Yeah, that's the one we pretend just was never a thing.
You're talking about the one with Casey.
The third one. The first, actually, I think all three had. No, first one had Casey, and I think he showed up in the third one just for a little bit, but I don't know about the second. Yeah, the first one had Casey in it, but. The what I was referring to is the how they were recruiting kids off the streets, and how, like, the entry into the Foot Clan was like this underground arcade. They had like a skate park, and they're playing cards and smoking cigarette, and it was just like the coolest thing ever. It's like, what kid wouldn't want to be in this place? And then
they knew how to market.
That's how they suck you in.
Oh right. That had Ernie Reyes Jr. as like the kid they get, and he ended up being one of the turtles in like the future movies.
Okay, no, Ernie Reyes Jr. was in the second one. Anyway, that's our job. Kind of had a similar marketing technique because having every other week off. That's just the coolest thing ever. So that's like the drawing point. Of everyone that started working there is the time off is great.
Yeah,
and then
do you get paid for the time? You get paid by salary?
Well, I work 7/12s, so if I work 84 hours over the course of 1 week, so that is actually a little bit more.
Yeah, and that covers the next week that you're off.
Correct.
I am also hourly. If I decide to go on a salary, I'd be worked to death. Instead, I work when I get paid when I'm in the office.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to take my job home with me.
Like, wait, do you want me to stay later? No.
Poor Sinkizi had to. Since he stopped working shifts like we do and went to an IT position. Now he's kind of got to work from home, and if I've got a problem at the office, I get to call him and bug him. I don't think he minds though. I don't know. Maybe he does. Maybe I piss him off and he doesn't tell me.
Oh, okay, so still gets paid though, so that's good. So cheesy.
An hour of OT for a 2-minute phone call. Yeah. Maybe I should get a little dumber. Maybe I should call you a little more frequently. It's like, hey, I forgot what I forgot the Linux command for copy file. You give me a hand here.
I will send the occasional text about work when I'm not there, but that's about it. That's why I will never be #1 in a practice. I don't have that ambition. I don't want my life to revolve around it.
Yeah, I mean, I need to leave my job behind. Now, granted, I still get, I still get Dennis calling me every once in a while when I'm off shift, asking me questions that he doesn't feel like bugging Chris with. But, by and large, when I'm out of the office, I can just leave my job behind and have a whole week where I think about something else.
That's awesome. Edgar will never take off the hard leather. You live in that hard leather.
Yeah, we're 24/7. We never shut down. It's always under operation, so there's always somebody there. So like we'll work holidays, weekends. It doesn't matter.
Oh, that stinks.
It's actually those are the best times to work because there's really nothing going on. So it's pretty leisurely.
Oh, I guess that makes some sense. Like,
Weekend,
I don't work holidays, but like if schools are closed, that's when my office is packed. Because the kids are off of school.
Right.
They can all come in for their braces.
Lisa needs braces. Yeah, Sinkizi was on shift with me, and that's how kind of Brave New World got started. He showed up one day and, hey, I found an editor for Final Fantasy VI. Cool. Maybe we could use it to, make everybody's names not all in caps. Yeah.
That's where it started, right?
Yep.
Now, imagine what other games, like in an alternate reality, what other game had Sinkizi found an editor for that we'd have a Brave New World of that?
Final Fantasy VI is pretty unique. It's a very well explored ROM. It had a lot of tools available for it. We got in like at just the right time too, because that's when like a lot of tools started becoming available, and getting into editing it was very easy. There's very few games that have the kind of communities built up around them for editing them that Final Fantasy VI does. I'm sure, there are probably a few other games, but this is... Final Fantasy VI is a game with... It had a lot of potential. You don't... I wouldn't sit down and mod a game that was already perfect, because why?
Right.
You mod a game because you think it's got some good ideas, and it could just maybe use some more time in the oven. Yeah, Super Mario World is probably the biggest, but yeah, like you said, it's not really something that we could sit down and overhaul like we did with Final Fantasy VI.
Turn Super Mario World into Super Mario RPG 2. The not Paper Mario.
Yeah, Super Mario RPG is another example, though you can kind of see what some other people have done with that.
I have not heard of anything good in those.
Neither. Yeah, I'm saying that a little derisively. Armageddon is I think Dark Kefka falls into that category of someone that really should just be making his own game. I don't think ROM hacking is really the appropriate medium for his artistic vision, based on what I've seen.
Not familiar with it, but I believe it if you're talking like the Kaizo-ish.
It's kind of a kitchen sink mod. It's someone who he pretty much tosses everything he can think of into the game, and it's to the game's detriment.
Well, that's not good.
Yeah. My philosophy is always to work with what the game already has. It's to make the game a better version of itself, not, okay, well, I can't really think of a way to improve on this game itself, I'm just going to toss in all these other ideas that I like instead. It's a common problem you see in modding, and coming from modding Morrowind, where mods are easy to make and therefore very common, you see a lot of the bad way to do mods.
I think I've seen that in Skyrim.
Yeah, people who are like, well, I like the game and I can't really think of anything to do, so I'm just going to turn everyone into Randy Savage.
Although I could get behind a few of the funny gags that they did. Like, you ever seen Kung Pao Enter the Fist?
I have.
Someone put the squeaky shoes on enemies. And that was quite entertaining. So that took away any sense of menace in any scene.
Chrono Trigger is a really interesting candidate. I think its biggest problem, from just my opinion, it's the smallest cast I've ever seen in a game that still suffers heavily from benchwarmer syndrome. And where it really dropped the ball was with the multiple endings. Because
there are multiple endings? I've never played Chrono Trigger.
That's kind of one of its big, well-known things, is you beat the game, and there's I think 2 normal endings, but then there's a New Game Plus. And in the New Game Plus, you can beat the game X number of more times to get 13 different endings, and which ending you get depends on how far you are into the game when you decide to go fight the final boss.
Oh, because that's that one where you could, after a pretty short intro, you can just go fight the final boss whenever you feel like it. He's always right there.
Correct.
Oh, I like that. I remember hearing about that and liking that idea a lot.
So, who If you go for the best ending, which is you basically fight the boss right after the game starts, you have to be able to beat the game with just Chrono and Marl. The problem is that no matter which ending you're going for, you can keep fighting with just Chrono and Marl. The ending depends on when you fight the final boss, not who's in your party. So rather than kind of using that as an opportunity to reward the player for changing things up and using different characters, you just slog your way through the same boss fight 13 times. And it gets old, and quite frankly, I don't think the extra endings are worth the effort.
I mean, I feel like that's still a game I'd like to play at some point.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely worth playing. It's kind of like in the same vein as Super Metroid, even if it is a little overrated, which I think it is. It's still worth playing.
Like, that's one I've also managed to not have any, like, experience with. Minus, like, the armchair osmosis of hearing about it referred to in other games. Like, reading that there's a reference to it in Brave New World.
Yeah, and, like Sankizi says, the combat kind of slogs because, like most JRPGs, there's not really a whole lot of nuance to the combat. It's just spam your strongest attack over and over again. You can change your party at any point, and in theory, like, it could have worked like
the wagon.
Like the wagon, where it's like, okay, you need to start swapping out your characters because this one character is running low on MP, but in practice, it never really worked that way.
Well, that sounds like one that could use your touch, then. If you enjoyed it as such.
Yeah, maybe. I will trust an Nexuck to do it well.
Oh, is a Nexuck working on a 6 mod?
No, Chrono Trigger.
Sorry, Chrono Trigger mod.
Yeah, it's the Enhancer Edition channel, and
Oh, I haven't really poked into any of the other channels unless I've been summoned there, like Kane did to me in the T Edition today.
Yeah, and he's told me that, before he started working on it, he actually went and read up on some of the articles I had posted, and said he was largely inspired by Brave New World, and so.
Look what you've done.
Hey, I mean, this is like the peak of artistry, to inspire others. So I'm happy for that.
No, like, seriously, like that's a positive. Like, look what you did.
Yeah.
You did this. You made this happen. Suppose this would be the time to have Crime do the lead river.
So, I haven't actually seen too much of it. I've kind of poked my head in when he's playing. I've seen that he has kind of a level up system inspired by the ELs that kind of has different builds, but I don't really know a whole lot about it because I haven't been paying a whole lot of attention.
I feel like New Threat had that too.
Yeah, New Threat does the same thing. New Threat was all
played through that, and that was. It's definitely less of a difficulty mod than this ended up being.
I don't envy Sega's position either. I think that he had a much taller order trying to fix Final Fantasy VII than we did 6.
Oh, I believe it. Is this who I wanted, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it might be something I'd be interested in playing once it kind of gets out to a stable release. I think that, I don't know, maybe my take on it might be something of interest to him.
let's get the Moogle. Yeah, you wear her dad. Alright, Moogle, time to learn.
And then, but beyond that, I feel like with what I've learned, it kind of opens up the possibility for much more smaller impact hacks for other games. Like, something I kind of realized was that I could hack, say, Zelda 2. And one of the only things about it that I don't care for and I think could have been done better was I didn't like the way that spell point costs scaled with the magic skill. I would just kind of rewrite those tables. And I think that would work pretty well as just a standalone mod. That's something I could probably figure out how to do now.
One step. Time to learn, Bear. Or trash it all together and have them be static costs.
Well, if I trash it together, then you would not have a magic stat that effectively did anything. Yeah, no, I like the idea of a magic stat. I think, I just think the values should probably be tweaked. If I wanted to take it one step further, I think the order you get the spells in, and I think Fire and Reflect both had a lot of unused potential.
Which game are you talking about now?
Zelda 2.
Oh, okay.
Which is that on the list of games that you never really played, or?
Correct.
Okay.
That was the platformer on the NES. I played a little bit of the original one, but I never beat it.
Yeah.
It was too open world for me being a child.
Yeah, it was definitely in the era of, yeah, Fire is completely wasted potential, and so is Reflect. Reflect is that spell you use against one boss, and that's it. Like, I'm thinking in Death Mountain, you got those assholes that are throwing hammers. I'm pretty sure Reflect actually works on those. Imagine if you had Reflect going into Death Mountain, and you could effectively deal with one of the most annoying things it has to throw at you. Yeah, that's, I mean, just kind of smaller mods for older NES games now that I have a much better handle on how assembly works, and I could, you know, kind of make basic things. Yeah, I've seen someone I know plays through Zelda 2 hacks a lot, and one hack replaced one spell, I forget which spell it was, but with a speed spell. So I guess that kind of ended up in the same situation as how your Esper code ended up as part of the official randomizers.
Meanwhile,
yeah, Sankizi and I got into the Final Fantasy VI hacking scene at a pretty good time, but we also broke a lot of ground, and by we, I mean Sankizi. I mean, I'm sure I figured out a couple of things that nobody knew, but, you know, I'm not a coder. Yeah, the big thing was the Esper restriction code. Up until we showed up, that had never been done before, so anywhere you see that in any kind of Final Fantasy VI hack or, you know, any randomizer, I'm pretty sure the underlying code is the one that he made.
nice. And that's like the core mechanic.
Yeah. So, the fact that, it's kind of the cornerstone of our mod is... The fact that our big contribution to the hacking community ended up being, one of the things that's central to our hack is kind of neat.
Kind of neat, he says.
I mean, probably the biggest thing I contributed, I would say, is... I probably dug deeper into how the AI scripts work than anyone else. And then I wrote a guide on it, so I probably know more than most people who aren't named Cybaby or Assassin about just the AI structure for enemies.
That was because you cared enough to learn.
Yeah, I mean, I had a editor to work with, and of course the editor is documented. So like everything it does is it has descriptions, but the descriptions are only as good as what whoever labeled them could figure out. So I documented everything in the editor, and things that were wrong, and things that weren't documented well enough, and so forth. Like the targeting flags were a huge mess.
Was the time when it killed for the source of the editor.
Like, just as an example, the special flag for suplex, it's labeled in the editor as setting this will cause the attack to do half damage unless there's only one enemy left on the battlefield, except that's not correct. That bite is what causes it to check the suplex immunity flag that every enemy can have set. The fact that suplex does half damage unless there's only one enemy left is a targeting bug in the original game. Because the targeting flags it as a multi-target attack, but the animation forces it to be single target.
That would be really interesting to see him jump in the middle of a group of enemies and hoist them all into the air.
Yeah.
Just the mega suplex.
But we ran into problems, I think, when... so we repurposed the suplex immunity flag. That's what became the boss immunity flag for fractional damage attacks. And initially, I think that bite was setting all fractional damage attacks to single target, even if they were multi-target. So something in that...
So you had to rip it out and start over?
Pretty much.
Alright, Alone has finished the opera. I think that's a complement of people here who finished the opera.
Sorry, just saw something funny.
It's allowed. The opera's over, Cassie.
Well, it's over for this playthrough. I don't know... Actually, how many of the playthroughs are past the opera now?
I want to say Alone was in last place.
Okay, so this was the last one. Everyone makes a big deal about how the opera was just this huge thing that transformed Final Fantasy VI into a masterpiece, and yet I feel like I'm the only one who just didn't get it. Like, okay, I don't... So? It's a set piece. Whoop-de-doo.
Have you listened to the aria de Mezzo Karate?
I mean, it's a good song, sure.
Yeah. Just like people flipping out over how cool Sephiroth is, but you never see him because it's not him. He actually does nothing throughout the course of the game.
It's not my favorite song in the game, though, not by a long shot.
You mean in this one, or are we referring to One Winged Angel?
I'm referring to Final Fantasy VI. My favorite music from Final Fantasy VI is,
Epitaph?
No, not Epitaph. Epitaph's good. I like Kefka's Tower, and I like The Day After. I think The Day After is sorely underrated.
The Day After. That's not the name of it, so what song are you referring to?
No, The Day After is what it's called. It's the song, it's the town music in the World of Ruin.
Ah.
Do 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 do. It's just chill, you know?
That's not one I would... I'm surprised. That's not one I would put up there for the top music.
It's my personal favorite.
Yeah.
Though part of it is that a lot of the music in this game, especially the really good music, gets overplayed. Like the boss theme is banging, and you hear it like 50 fucking times.
Yeah. A lot of bosses.
Decisive Battle is actually... So, I have a huge collection of video game covers. Like, over 2,000 tracks. Every once in a while I share it. But I've been collecting it for a while, and I've noticed that there are some songs that just get covered to death. And the Decisive Battle's in the top 20. The top 20, these songs need to stop being covered because you're squeezing blood from a stone at this point. The top 3 are probably what you'd expect. I can't imagine anyone would have a hard time guessing what the top 3 most covered songs in all of video game history are.
Go on.
Oh, I was just curious if you were going to wager a guess.
In all of video game history?
Yeah.
I would guess a Mario and a Zelda and all of video game history. Maybe a second Mario.
Mario. By my count, the most overdone track is Dr. Wily from Mega Man 2. The second is the Legend of Zelda theme. And then number 3 is Bloody Tears, which you mentioned earlier you're unfamiliar with both Castlevania and Mega Man, so that makes sense. Tetris is probably in the top 20, but it's not in the top 10. The question, Cassie, was what are the most overcovered to death songs in video game history? Now, I compiled this list before Undertale came around, and I think Megalovania in particular throws a huge wrench into this. If not the entire soundtrack, because, I mean, it's one of those games where just the whole soundtrack is just omnipresent. I almost need to make a whole new list just for Undertale.
Well, I suppose if you're talking about, like, cover potential, you'd be hard-pressed not to try to make metal out of something that upbeat already.
Oh yeah, for sure. But, and this is just mostly going by the numbers, because I've gone everywhere on the internet where there's a lot of cover, OC Remix, Dwelling in Duels, YouTube, really obscure Doujin places.
Yeah, the OC remix of 6, Balance and Ruins, pretty good.
Yeah, it's okay. And, just by the numbers in terms of what I've seen way too many covers of. And Bloody Tears makes sense. It's by far the standout track in the Castlevania oeuvre. And Castlevania is especially popular on Japan side.
Hmm.
I'd say the three most popular series in terms of just targeting them for remake or for covers would be Mega Man, Castlevania, and Final Fantasy, with Mega Man being more popular stateside and Castlevania being more popular in Japan. And then Final Fantasy is just everywhere.
Everywhere.
And I forget what a lot of the top 20 is, but it's probably a lot of tracks you'd expect. The Super Mario theme is in there. Megalovania, again, I don't know where the hell that's going to be. Big Blue from F-Zero. The Moon from DuckTales. Gerudo Valley from... The Moon... Okay, so I guess you never played the NES DuckTales game.
No.
Um,
I watched the show when I was a kid.
and it was a good show. So, you know how games based on licensed properties tend to suck?
Yes.
So the big exception to that back in the 90s was any Disney game that was produced by Capcom. Disney and Capcom, that was actually a pairing that was going to get you good games. Willow was also made by Capcom, so it might have just been Capcom and not necessarily Disney. But one of the more well-known Capcom Disney ventures was an NES game based on DuckTales. And it was a game with 5 stages you could play in any order, and it's just you're going around the world to look for treasure. And the 5th and final stage was the Moon. And the theme song from that stage is... It was by far the standout track ever. Because it was really good. Like, it actually deserved all the attention it got. It was so good, in fact, that the 2017 DuckTales reboot canonized it. Like, they took it and made it into a real song.
Yeah, I think I played a bunch of those games. Aladdin, Lion King. At least a bunch. I played a couple of those.
Yeah, and for the most part, they were all pretty decent. DuckTales is just the one that stood out as probably being the best of the bunch. In fact, it was a big inspiration for Shovel Knight.
That's another one of those indie platformers, right?
Yes. One of the primary mechanics in DuckTales was how Scrooge could pogo stick on his cane. And they kind of borrowed that mechanic for Shovel Knight.
Oh. Good on it.
I don't know if I would call it a Mega Man clone. It had a lot of similarities to Mega Man, but I would mostly just blame that on the fact that it was the same developer. I mean, it's Capcom. They're going to kind of make games similar to what they know. And Mega Man is what they knew. But yeah, it did have a few things in common with Mega Man, at least.
Shovel Knight was a Mega Man clone?
No, he was talking about the DuckTales video game, I assume. Oh. Shovel Knight certainly was not a Mega Man clone.
I mean, I wouldn't be able to tell you it wasn't, so...
Yeah, with all these old games you haven't played, you should kind of just start doing what Noe did and just start going through some of them. He had the same thing. He hadn't been exposed to a lot of classic games, so he just kind of came into Discord once. And he's like, "Okay, give me a list of like really good old games that I should play."
Huh.
And he went through Castlevania and Mega Man and Dragon Warrior and Breath of Fire, all that stuff.
Breath of Fire once. I really was I was really fond of that.
The first Breath of Fire game, you mean?
Yeah.
So the first
It was
Breath
there was
of
a lot to it.
the first one on the Super Nintendo, right?
Yes.
Okay. I liked it. I think it was very simple. I think it was pretty standard dungeon crawler fare that scratches the itch if you got it, but I mean, the first 2 games were pretty skippable. The music was good. Capcom definitely had that down.
Music was good. I liked the difference of the presentation that they did. Like
Mhm.
just the difference of like Final Fantasy, you're lined up on the right, you're fighting to the left. Breath of Fire 1, where you're looking up and to the left, and they're looking down and to the right at you.
Mm-hmm.
The little differences of like the health bar difference changing, and
Yeah, Capcom definitely knows how to do a good presentation. And there was a lot. There was a lot to like there. There were certainly good ideas, especially in 2. But again, with 2, the good ideas it had needed some more time in the oven. A lot more time in the oven. They didn't even get into the oven. They were still mooing. No, you meant Shovel Knight. So the presentation, and I kind of agree with Yahtzee on this one. He says it looks like you took Mega Man, Super Mario 3, and DuckTales, and I forget what the other game he mentioned, but he's like you took all of those games and you tossed them in a blender. There were some Mega Man esque elements, but to me, mechanically, like the pogo sticking was clearly from DuckTales, but I think the overall presentation had more of a Super Mario 3 feel to it.
what is it worth playing?
Shovel Knight? Oh, hell yeah. Shovel Knight is... I won't go on to, I'll go on about it to the same degree that I go on about The Messenger, but I also don't have to. There's enough people out there telling you that Shovel Knight is a good game, so... It is a very worthy investment of anyone's time. I actually still need to finish it. I've gotten to the last stage, and I had stopped right there, and I never went back to it.
That's not the best advertisement. It's really good. I never finished it, but it's pretty good.
It was one of those things where I was playing, and then real life took over, and then I didn't want to go back just to do the last stage. I kind of wanted to start over, but I'm like, I don't want to start over and play all the way back up to where I was at, and I got caught between those 2 things. Yeah, okay, I actually see what you mean there, Sinkizi. Yeah. There were, the different bosses in the game are all themed. I hadn't even thought about that. I was actually just thinking about the core gameplay, just the Shovel Knight and the main stage mechanics. But the bosses are definitely Mega Man inspired.
Okay, seeing Shovel Knight abbreviated to SK messed with my head for a moment.
Same here. Yeah, the number of modern games that I actually like is a pretty short list. So when people hear me actually talk, highly of one, it usually makes them go, really? The Messenger. I've talked about that a few times. Shovel Knight is really good. I don't know if Curse of the Moon counts, because it is a modern game, but it's Castlevania 3. It is just a modern version of an old game that plays like an old game with just some modern sensibilities.
Right, so there are no encounters out there. I thought there were.
Nope, I could have told you that. And Super Meat Boy, I think, would be the other modern game that I can actually say, hey, this is worth playing. And that's it. That's my entire list.
You like platformers.
I like platformers. They're not the only kinds of games I like. They're just the only kinds of modern games that manage to get my attention. Because anything else, I am very firmly in the like older game camp. Like,
were you ever into like XCOM?
No. Hollow Knight is one that gets spoken of very highly. A lot of people like it. A lot of people think it is a great game. I couldn't feel it. I was not feeling it. And part of it is the limited palette it works with. Like, I was playing I played the game for like half an hour before I said, I don't know, I just don't think this is for me. And in the entire half hour I played, the only colors I saw were black and dark blue. Like, okay, this is... I'm gonna have to see something more. These environments are, especially in a game where it's all about exploration, you want variety in your environments. And that's actually a huge criticism that's levied against the original Metroid, is that it's hard to tell where you're at because there's so much copying and pasting. And apparently Dan just got up and left. I mean, from what I've seen, you know, it definitely has some merit. I won't go as far as to say Hollow Knight was, you know, a bad game or anything, but it wasn't, it just didn't get to me. I wasn't feeling it. It could be that I wasn't, you know, particularly in the greatest of moods when I started playing it, and the constant, like, just dark atmosphere was not really helping me out too much. But I don't know. Part of me thinks I might go back and give it another shot one of these days. But we'll see how it goes. I wonder if Dan has the timer for the swapping paused, or if it's just gonna like pop into another instance of the game where he's just gonna get mowed over because he's in the middle of a fight and it's not paused. Oh, he did? Okay. Take her, dude. I think I'm going to take this opportunity to head to the bathroom myself.
Yes. After a pina colada or two, that probably is necessary.
Yeah.
Let's see. That leaves indoor and... Leaves indoor and over here. This team needs nothing. This team actually does not need to go to either other place because the Ichimonji is... Oh, so you don't even need the black belt, yeah. The Ichimonji is not worth going out of your way for, so, yeah, we just go straight to Vector. Don't need claws. Don't need spears. We go. Actually, we could use Rain Man. This is not the formation for Rain Man. What this team can do is afford great shoes for everybody. Ouch.
Hope who mutes, Cassie?
You going to the bathroom.
Oh. My bathroom's all the way upstairs. You can't hear it down here.
Unless you had your laptop.
Yeah, I suppose.
Or sometimes you make noise shouting
Oh.
from the other side of the house.
Well, sometimes I really need to unload. I've actually had her come into the bathroom before because I was peeing for so long. She's like, "Are you just pouring water into the toilet?" Oh my god, you're still going. That is not okay. You are... What is wrong with you?
Alternatively, I get like overly shocked at how fast my lady friend pees. Like, it's like they sat down and the entire thing empties in seconds.
Alright, I'm done.
Yeah, it's baffling because I don't do that. I can't do that. He says it's weird that I don't. I'm like, well, I'm sorry. I do my best.
That would be pretty neat if you could just, like, instead of it having, like, a small stream, just kind of go in and just open the floodgates, let it all drop out at once.
Yeah. Saves so much time. That would probably make urinals a dang mess. But
They already are.
I usually avoid urinals, so...
My boss actually printed out a sign once that said "Please do not pee on the floor," and he taped it above the urinals. Because we work in a building populated mostly by men in their 60s or 70s, maybe. And peeing on the floor is just a thing that you do when you get that old, apparently.
Because that's because they're leaning backwards to read the sign, and now it's going with them as they... If you sprinkle when you tinkle, be a sweetie, wipe the seedy.
So that's what you have to look forward to, Cassie, is me peeing all over the floor.
Why don't you just sit? You're on your break from work anyway.
No, I do the drunk lean when I pee. One hand up against the wall, head down.
Both hands up against the wall. That's how it's getting all over the floor.
That's not me peeing on the floor, that's you. I know what you're talking about.
She's peeing. Is she squatting over the seat because there's piss all over it from your drunk leaning?
Yeah, exactly. She's just missing the seat entirely and just peeing on the floor.
I think this fight should be repeatable, so that you could get an arbitrary number of rename cards.
Oh, the fights with the guards?
Yeah.
It's possible to get more rename cards. And I'm trying to remember how. I think zombies will appear in the forest near the Veld, and you can lift rename cards off of them.
Oh, okay.
It's pretty obscure, but once you know that, they're easy to find.
This man is named Man.
Yeah, there's one NPC in the game that's actually named Old Man. So when you find like the map and it says "Show this to the old man," it's literally the only NPC in the game named Old Man.
If only there was a way to get some sort of dialogue from him if you've already done Phoenix Cave.
The eventing in that scene is a fucking mess. We're not doing that joke again. That still kills me. I like the Soldier A line because it's like a good litmus test of like if people were actually paying attention to the dialogue.
Yeah.
Because anyone who sees it is gonna at least say something about it.
It's really good.
And the funny thing is,
Soldier A, Soldier B, and the Rake.
The Rake. That one people are less likely to comment on. But yes, I will fuck you with a rake. I've actually had some streamer, I forget who it was, but they turned off auto mod because they actually had to put "fuck you with a rake" in their list of allowed terms, and he's just like, you know what, screw this. Turn auto. Yeah.
This one did not buy the mystery veil. Right, because you didn't go north. Oh well.
Yeah, I think there's gonna be like a lot of things that you just forget to do in these runs because you just, by the time you swap back to it, you have forgotten what you have and haven't done.
100%.
Yeah. And I think that's where most of the difficulty is going to come from, is just forgetting what the hell you were up to.
I can definitely say that I'm getting my Brave New World fix.
Like, I want chocolate, so I'm eating 4 chocolate bars at once.
Am I doing it right?
Of course, now I'm just getting that mental image of someone who, like, has a Kit Kat and he just, like, took a bite out of the whole 4 things and started breaking them apart.
I mean, that's a pretty apt description. I don't know what's... Now that's what popped in my mind is doing that with string cheese. I don't know which one's more barbaric.
Oh god, that's...
You're not peeling it and enjoying it, you're just biting into it.
I think the 4 pieces of string cheese would be worse because you have to individually open 4 pieces of string cheese. Whereas with the Kit Kat, it's just lazy.
Taking a bite out of string cheese is normal. What? And apparently up here, string cheese is not called string cheese. It is called a cheese stick. And I hate it. I dislike it so much.
Okay, hold on, I see what you mean. You mean taking just a bite out of... I thought you meant getting 4 pieces of string cheese and just taking a bite out of all 4 at once.
That's normal. That's how Cassie eats her string cheese. What are you talking about?
That would explain the farts. That would explain the fucking gas.
Alone, please.
I love you. Ah, God. What's he doing?
Just refusing to target others.
I see you're definitely getting your use out of Sand Ray this go around.
Oh,
Is this your
yeah.
first time using that rage?
Absolutely. Because once I discovered Crawler, I stuck with Crawler, and now, hey, the added effect of Blind is really good here in Machine Land.
So, Crawler, Leafer, and Sand Ray. Against multiple targets are all roughly the same. Crawler's going to be the strongest. Noticeably so.
And Leaf are the weakest.
And actually, no, Sand Ray is the weakest. It just makes up for the loss of power by having the added effect. Wind Slash is stronger than Sandstorm.
Huh. But then the whiff of Air Blast.
Yeah, and that's the thing is, Leafer is kind of more general and all-purpose, because, you know, against normal enemies, Air Blast isn't going to miss. Against normal enemies, Air Blast is actually going to do decent damage.
Human, neck and neck, or not human, Bear, neck and neck with Alone. Because Bear had to go very much out of his way to get claws and a trident.
What would be really neat, and I'd just be curious to see how you'd work it, would be next to the names on your stream would be some kind of indication of where in the game they're at, like kind of a ongoing score.
For that, wouldn't be too difficult. I would just have to have a whole bunch of preset things already laid out and then just toggle them when they get there.
Yeah. I mean, it would be really cool like if it could just have a screenshot of where it's at in the game. But
Picture, a vector, and what have you.
yeah. I meant like a screenshot of actually where the game is save stated, but
Oh,
I don't know if that's showing that at any given time. Like in the emulator right now, can you see all 4 streams or all 4 games at once or no?
No, I see what you see.
Okay.
It's all under the hood. No, that would be wild if I could see if it was split into like a 4-screen kind of deal.
Mm-hmm.
That would be wild.
Hey, maybe that'll be your next, maybe that'll be your next run.
Hey, stat hat. Two stat hats. Doesn't help Edgar still wearing leather armor, but
1 stat hat. 2 stat hats. Ooh. Oh, I mean, he can probably wear whatever Celis is wearing when she takes it off.
probably smell better.
Unless it's a white dress.
But why wouldn't Edgar be able to wear the white dress?
Because that's woman's armor.
Because Edgar's no deflowered bride. Alright, who wants a hat? You want a hat? You will get a hat. Yeah, you want a hat. Definitely better than bandanas. You never equipped your tiger mask either. Put your mask on.
So is it just me, or do their helmets look like little Hershey's Kisses?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, so it's not just me thinking that.
I never even grabbed any of this treasure on my first pass. I was like, yeah, it can't be that good. Just gonna leave it there.
Mm-hmm.
Another stat hat. Meanwhile, Bear's Lock is living up to his name.
Honestly, I just liked the name Stat Hat. That's the only reason I made it.
Stat stick, stat hat.
Yeah. When I finally realized that an important ingredient in making steel useful was making steel exclusive items, I'm like, okay, so I need steel exclusive items, but they can't be like the best things. They have to be like weird and gimmicky, so you don't really feel like you're missing out on anything if you don't find them. And so I go to work kind of making the weird gimmicky stuff. And I figured I'd make one of each type of equipment. You know, there's a shield, there's some armor. I got to the hat, and I'm just like, Stat Hat. That's gotta be it, Stat Hat. It's a funny-ass name. And it ended up being one of the more popular pieces because it's the only one that doesn't really have like a significant drawback to it.
Low defense, that's about it. More of them. This is the RNG that's giving me all of the small children.
I think your items go a little bit further than I would, but I think that's the place that you took in the Brave New World Pantheon. You went for the stuff that was too weird and gimmicky even for me, so.
How weird we talking here?
I mean, the idea of an item that procs Palador is... It's something you chuckle at, and then you dismiss the idea and move on. It's not something that you... So you know what, let's actually put this in the game.
An item that... like a weapon that triggers Palador?
I think it's an item.
You just use the item and the bird takes you to the sky?
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Oh, airbrush? I thought it was called hairspray. Or is hairspray the item that sets a dance?
You can set dance on anything?
Dance is just a status. And if the status gets set without any additional parameters pushed into it, like what dance you're doing, then it picks a dance at random.
Okay, well that sounds like a relic that I need to have equipped at all times. Everyone dances, everyone does the move. Get groovy.
When I was initially making Brave New World and doing the scripts, I thought it would be funny if Kefka had a move that just set dance on everybody. And he's like, dance, puppets, dance! Because my assumption was that if no argument was supplied, then it would fail and you'd just stumble. I was wrong. And the result was I had a party. I've got Strago dancing, I've got Cyan dancing. They're all competing because each one's changing the field every time they do. And I'm like, this is the most glorious thing I've ever seen. Because once you get that initial, once you get the dance set, you're not going to stumble, even if you're changing the field when you do. So it was just like this. It was like the last fight of Chrono Trigger, just going like through all these geographical settings at once, and apparently all of them had just managed to pass their stamina check, and it was a beautiful thing. Again, not something that you want to put in the final product, because it's janky as hell, but yeah. And of course, Noe hears this, he's like, this sounds perfect for my for Noe art type. Yeah, and there were some other things that just didn't really pan out, but that's the one I remember and the one I mentioned to Noe, and the rest is kind of history. I think I might be one of the few people that calls him Noe and not Noea.
And Noe sounds like you're missing a spot there.
Well, to be fair, I think when I met him, he was pronouncing it Noe himself. So, there's that.
Oh, in that case, that's the right way. That's the proper way. The guild you were in, this time you started making YouTube videos.
Yeah, Noe was just a random YouTuber that I stumbled across and started commenting on his videos, and now 7 years later, we're friends.
It took that long, but you got there.
Noe's a great guy. He is one of the most genuinely kind and just laid back people I've ever met, and that's something I value very highly in other people, and I tend to gravitate toward people like him. And he bugs me a lot when I'm not really at my greatest or don't really have a whole lot of time. And I appreciate that he still takes the time to try and bug me, because he knows that in the end it's still good to hear from someone, even if I don't really have a whole lot of time to say much back.
It's feisty too. I think was it him trying to call out Mish earlier?
Was I?
Oh. The way you would throw a temper tantrum and leave again? Like, dang.
Yeah.
Some spicy people in here sometimes.
Two of the nicest and most level-headed people I know, yet the two of them will bicker with each other at, like, fucking, it's... I have been the go-between in so many interpersonal conflicts on this damn community. It's just like it's my job.
Daddy Chad, please settle this dispute.
It's like you're both being pains in the ass about this. Can you just please be the good people I know you are? The people I know you can be.
'Cause, I mean, I mean, he's done that once since I've been around. Just disappear.
Yeah, there's a couple things that drive him crazy, but and honestly, if it were any other community, he would just leave and not come back. But the fact is, he likes us or me at the very least,
Like
and
the
he likes the
insanity.
game, so it keeps pulling him back in.
Locke, please, you don't even have a chance at the stat hat if you fail the crime. Thank you. You have until Gao kills them. Thank you.
The way I try to approach problems with people, anytime someone says or does something where instinctively my reaction is to get angry or to escalate things, and that initial response, just respond calmly and normally and not mad at all. And 9 times out of 10, that's really all it takes. Because when you're in a situation where someone is expected to respond by escalating and they don't, it kind of throws them back, and they're like, okay, I was not expecting that response, and it just dies right there. So many arguments could be flat out prevented if just that initial spark didn't happen.
Don't light the fuse.
Yeah. So that's kind of the way I approach just people in general. I mean, not just any specific person, and it seems to have treated me well. Nobody really fights or argues with me. If you ask half the people on my server, anyone who would fight or argue with me is fucking idiot.
Don't argue with the Overlord.
Not that. It's like I'm just not somebody who's going to want to fight or argue with people. To me, it's just a waste of time. I don't find any enjoyment in it.
No, yeah.
And it's not for me. I can think of literally anything else I would rather be doing than arguing with somebody, especially somebody that I ordinarily like. Not like just like a debate or a discussion, but just like getting angry with someone. Even with partners, if I find myself starting to get annoyed or angry with a partner, which it does happen, I stop myself, and like in that moment, I'm like, okay, this person is on my side. I should not be fighting with her. We should not be arguing with one another. I remind myself that I love her. I take a deep breath, I give her a hug, I say I love her, and then I take it from there. And usually after all that, I have kind of calmed down and I'm ready to talk rationally.
You sound like you passed the final exam of anger management.
I mean, everyone needs an outlet. And I certainly have mine. Anyone who's ever seen me deal with machines knows I have mine, or heard me get a call from a spam bot. Pretty much anything that doesn't have feelings, anything that is a safe target for me to just let loose on, I will. Because, computers don't have souls. Spammers don't have souls. They're not real living people.
Anti-vaxxers don't have souls.
Exactly. So, it is important to have an outlet, because otherwise you're just going to bottle things up and go crazy and explode. But I don't have it in me to fight or argue with people. I get nothing from it, and unless they're just an absolutely morally repugnant person. I just can't see myself getting into an argument with somebody.
I find it hard to care enough to argue.
Yeah, and I mean that's actually a big part of it. Is I don't care. Like I have a limited number of fucks, and you know my fucks go to the people that I care about. Like no way, he gets my fucks because I care about him.
He gets your Fs, you know?
Exactly. Sorry, I was halfway through saying that and I realized it was terrible. I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna keep going.
Indiscriminate. He gives it whoever. Sometimes.
Discriminate fuck giver, yeah. So it's I don't know. I part of it might have to do with my upbringing. You ever seen Avatar? The series, not the movie?
No.
There is a character in the series who is very, very widely loved because he is just this very chill, very laid back, kindly Mr. Rogers-esque old man. And I was raised by somebody like that, so...
Oh, that's beautiful.
Every other adult in my life was a horrible, awful, obnoxious piece of shit. So I saw the contrast.
I would say so.
And I'm like, okay, so this is what I want to be like. So... yeah, it's Avatar the series is like an objectively good show. Like not something I say is good because, you know, I liked it personally. It is
it's a cartoon, right?
Yeah, it's like a 100% Rotten Tomatoes rating good. Like I think from a purely objective standpoint, it is a good show worth watching. It was hard to get me into because I'm not an anime fan, and even though it's not anime, it's an American cartoon, it looks like anime. But it's only 3 seasons long. There is almost no filler because it's a story that was basically plotted from beginning to end. And even though it's a kids show that is generally lighthearted, it covers a lot of serious topics in a way that you don't really even realize until the end. You're like, wow, this show just dealt with like systematic racism and how war destroys people and classism and all that shit. But you don't think about it at the time. It's one of those things just in retrospect as you're looking back on the show when it's over, you realize how much it was showing you. I think I've heard you talk about anime before. I think you kind of like it, or...
My little brother watched a lot of Dragon Ball Z as a kid.
God. You're not a floppy head. Why do you say that?
I was raised by one.
Oh, okay.
And tell you, that show does not sound like a kid's show from another room.
Dragon Ball Z?
Yeah, when the powering up, it sounds a little pretty dirty.
I'm not a fan of anime, generally speaking.
I mean, I don't see a difference between anime and cartoons, so...
Just from a stylistic standpoint, I didn't like it. Yeah, the art style is not appealing to me. The general themes you see in anime seem usually very tropey and cliched. I mean, a lot of this is just me having prejudicial attitudes towards it based on the little exposure I had when I was younger. But Ludo is an anime fan, and he spent a lot of time kind of getting me to watch various animes that I've actually ended up liking. Stuff that I would not have obviously picked up on my own, but he's gotten me to watch a few things that I'm like, okay, this is actually pretty decent. Like we watched Full Metal Alchemist, and I'm like, okay, this is
like the war movie.
No, it's a series. I'm not familiar with a movie called Full Metal Alchemist. But it was I really enjoyed it. Like really liked it. Whereas like something like Avatar, I can say is objectively good. Full Metal Alchemist, I'll say, okay, I like this because I liked it.
Full Metal Jacket.
Full Metal
That's
Jacket.
That's what I was thinking of.
Those are two very, very different things there, buddy.
Is it not a cartoon based on that?
No, it's not.
Oh, that's too bad. You almost had me.
Full Metal Jacket would be.
I did really enjoy the cartoon when I was a kid in middle school. I really enjoyed Card Captors.
Yeah, that. You and I are not that different in age, but there are a few things that will hit just the right year to show the difference between us. So I think I'm a little older than you, and I remember when that came out.
I was in like middle school, I think. Maybe.
You are
Probably.
32, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, got 4 years on you. Did you watch Gargoyles at all growing up?
No, Gargoyles, Street Sharks, that was all. We stuck straight to the Ninja Turtles and Power Rangers.
Okay, so yeah, you were the you didn't get past the intro level cartoons.
No. I had a very limited experience of that stuff.
So what else did Ludo talk me into? The first thing I gotta remember now. I think the first thing he showed me was Mob Psycho. I think that was the first anime he got me to watch.
Bob Psycho?
Mob Psycho.
Mob Psycho.
Yeah. It was alright. I liked it. I mean, liked it enough to, was genuinely interested at the end in how it would all turn out. And then we watched Full Metal Alchemist, which was genuinely actually very good. Really liked that. We watched something else afterward that I didn't care for as much. Some, kind of magical girl anime. It's like, okay, this looks more like the kind of thing that I usually deride anime for being. So it wasn't really feeling that one as much. And then the last thing that we started and never finished was what's it called? Something Gate. Anime about time travel, Something Gate. And that one was just a mess. Like, it was one of those where if you don't just sit down and watch the whole thing in one sitting, you're gonna forget what's going on half the time.
I love Stargate. I am binge watching Stargate on SG1 on TV. Like, whenever I'm not on the computer, I'm watching the Stargate SG1. I love that show.
It was Steins Gate. Thank you, Juhan. And I was maybe, we were maybe about halfway in.
The whole thing's on Netflix, Cassie.
and I wasn't feeling it. And I think I talked to someone else about it, and just the resounding answer I got from most people is it's one of those things where it's basically the last 2 episodes that make all of the build-up worth it. And I wasn't really kind of feeling it was just too much of a slog to get through, so we eventually stopped that and started watching something else.
I got into an encounter standing still on the bridge. Does
nature?
I wonder if it counts as moving when the bridge changes? If it counts like as a movement tile for the possibility of random encounters?
I have no idea. I'd have to actually look at the clip and see what happened.
Just standing still and
I have no idea.
Right, don't leave that guy alone. Somehow manages to shine moonlight in this cave.
Yeah, you don't want moonlight. Moonlight will fuck you up pretty bad.
Sorry, Tara. Just wanted to steal a club for Gao.
Yeah, if you've never seen Gargoyles, it was I'll say Avatar was objectively good, but I think it was objectively good for a lot of the same reasons that Gargoyles was. I will also say that Gargoyles had probably the greatest and well thought out plot twist I've ever seen in any show ever.
Really?
Yeah. Like, well done, show, well done. It's a shame, Cassie, because I would really like to show it to you. Instead, I'm showing Cassie a garbage show that I'm mostly just having fun roasting with her.
I saw a couple episodes of Street Sharks, and that was goofier than I expected, and enjoyable.
Well, Street Sharks was just kind of one of the many, many shows that was kind of trying to rip off Ninja Turtles and Scooby-Doo.
Oh, and Beetleborg. That was just a straight-up rip-off of Ninja Turtles.
Yeah, and the cartoons in the 80s were full of that, though. In early 90s, there wasn't a whole lot of originality. You needed, it wasn't until, like, first we got Animaniacs, and then Tiny Toons, then Animaniacs.
Johnny Bravo.
Johnny Bravo, too. That was further down the line. But I think Tiny Toons was basically kickstarted a kind of an animation renaissance, because up until then, cartoons were just merchandise-driven crap. I mean, say what you want. I mean, I think it would be very difficult to look back at Thundercats and say, hey, this is quality programming right here. It's like, no, this is really bad. It's okay to like it. I mean, nostalgia is a powerful drug, but Thundercats was bad.
Snarf.
Snarf. Fuck off.
Best place ever to see Snarf was on South Park, though.
Oh god, he was on South Park.
Imagination Land, the best episodes of South Park they ever made.
Yeah, I remember Imagination Land. There was so much there. I forgot who all made an appearance. I need to go back and watch that again. That was a really good episode.
Yeah. They would think it was like a 2 or 3-parter.
It was a 3-parter. My favorite South Park, though, is the Game of Thrones trilogy, the Black Friday trilogy.
Oh, I wouldn't even get those. I saw like 3 episodes of Game of Thrones.
I never saw Game of Thrones either.
Oh.
I have some vague ideas of what it's about, but the Game of Thrones is still probably the best episodes of South Park I've ever seen.
What a good timing for Toxic Frog. Liked watching He-Man.
And there was She-Ra too, which Cassie's, had me watching the remake, which we still never finished. You got me to the last season, and then we just kind of stalled.
I remember Pirates of Dark Waters.
Okay, so now you're getting into those like hidden gems that were canceled before their time, and yeah, Pirates of Dark Water I never saw, but I know I've heard people speak very highly of it.
It's deceptively good. It was like Captain Planet, but pirates. Ish.
There was also SWAT Cats, if you remember that.
No. SWAT Cats.
A Hanna-Barbera cartoon, but it was a lot more action-oriented. And it was really dark for like a kid's show too. Like, characters that actually die in it, and the soundtrack, the theme song was metal as hell. Like that was what most of us remembered as a kid, is the sound, the theme song hooked us, and then we just watched the show because whatever, it was pretty cool. But it got canceled after 2 seasons, apparently for being too violent. There's been talks for a long time of it getting a reboot, but I gotta say I'm really happy with a lot of the reboots that we've seen, from old properties. Though the Thundercats reboot was great, and I have no idea why it got shit canned.
Thundercats reboot.
Yeah, the 2011 reboot that had a lot of promise, and I have no idea why it got cut short after 1 season. The She-Ra reboot, it took a little while to get going, but I mean, I've got positive things to say about it. I enjoyed it. My Little Pony was a little successful, to put it mildly. I've heard the Animaniacs reboot is really good. I need to go back and watch that. And the DuckTales reboot, if you watch the cartoon as a kid, the DuckTales reboot is really, really fucking good.
Oh, really?
Yes. Like, I'm actually sad that they called it after 3 seasons, because I would have loved to see just how far that kept going. So Disney has the first episode up on YouTube. It's a 2-parter, and if you watch it, probably the impression you'll get is, okay, for a first episode, this is really good, but it's probably going to be like the first episode is good, but then the quality dips. And instead, the quality just keeps rising from there on out.
We're talking about DuckTales.
Yes. I have nothing but good things to say about the DuckTales reboot. It is well worth an investment, and you'll probably enjoy it.
It's the nostalgia of hearing the theme song.
It's not even the nostalgia factor. I mean, and that's the thing, like, a lot of reboots have to get by at least to some degree on the nostalgia factor. This one just stands on its own. Even if you never saw the original DuckTales, it fits just perfectly.
Human has fallen very far into last place.
Hey, my Pinkie Pie plush is on the other side of the room. No way. I think I remember hearing about the really crappy attempt at rebooting Thundercats again, but I don't know anything about it.
The live-action Thundercats. Because everything needs to be live action nowadays.
There's a lot of things I do not think translate well to live action.
Remember the Dragon Ball Z movie that was live action?
And I think the best example of this would be superheroes, particularly Batman. Because Batman doesn't really have any superpowers. He's just a rich kid with toys. There's a lot of things that in the animated format you don't really question. You just kind of go along with it. Like you watch Batman the animated series and you don't think about how many grapples he's got stuffed into his tool belt, or that it's physically impossible for that thing to pull him up at all, let alone at the speeds it does. You just kind of roll with it.
It's real good technology.
But
Ouch.
you don't have that luxury in live action. You ask questions in live action that you wouldn't in a cartoon, because a cartoon is just a cartoon. And there's a lot of things, in particular superhero stuff, that just works a lot better if you keep it animated and don't try to go live action.
I don't know, I was pretty happy with, I did not think Deadpool would work well in a live action format. And I actually really like Deadpool.
So Deadpool doesn't follow the same rules that I just... Deadpool is a parody of itself. So it wants you to ask the questions so it can make fun of the questions.
Yes, and that's why it works. The people who made the movies for Deadpool did not take themselves super seriously.
Yeah. That's the reason Deadpool works, is because it does not take it seriously at all. Take itself seriously at all. Whereas something like, say, Batman does, and then it's just not going to work. And honestly, I think, was it Tim Burton? I think he got that. He was the one that made the Batman in the 90s, right?
I'm sure he made one of them. Maybe not the one with the nipple clamps or the...
Joel Schumacher. That was Schumacher. See, Tim Burton realized, okay, there's a certain degree of not seriously these movies need to be in order to work. And Joel Schumacher kind of fell off the slippery slope there.
I liked Clooney as Batman, though. He was just smooth enough that it worked for me.
Yeah. I mean, you don't need to go full, like, Cesar Romero camp with it. In fact, you really shouldn't. That sort of thing is best left in the 60s. But, I mean, if you watch the Tim Burton trilogy, it's campy. It's still very campy. It's ridiculous, and it works.
That's the one with... In there was Schwarzenegger, right?
The Ice Age. No, that was, hold on, was that Forever, or was that Schumacher?
Who is best Spider-Man? Man, that is a tough question to answer, because I really liked all the Tobey Maguire ones. And then Tom Holland's over here being adorable as hell, doing a good job. Being a believable, friendly neighborhood Spider-Man.
Well, Noe is right. Kevin Conroy, nobody ever dethroned him as Batman. Kevin Conroy is Batman, and Mark Hamill's Joker is fucking iconic. Yeah, sure, Cassie. Not a problem. In case you have no idea what the hell I'm talking about, Kevin Conroy was Batman in the animated series.
Anime series.
Animated, not anime.
It's the same thing. I watched Batman Beyond was on TV when I was a kid. It would be.
I like Batman Beyond.
It would be on the TV when we were getting ready for school. That and Zoids. Like maybe Zoids might count as an anime. Zoid was always on TV.
I don't know what I would count Zoids as, except for weird Japanese crap.
More like the Gundam-esque series things. Giant
I didn't...
fighting Roberts that were somewhat racist.
I didn't even like Power Rangers, so... But, I think what was notable about Kevin Conroy, so I was watching it, apparently he was the first actor that used distinct voices between playing Batman and playing Bruce Wayne. Because up until then, the actor really didn't try much when they were, going back and forth between the two. Of course, then you see, Christian Bale playing.
Just gonna growl. Just gonna growl for a while.
Yeah, he took
a really
that
bad Batman. Why do people like these movies?
But if you want to add another layer to that, Kevin Conroy actually voiced Batman differently in the animated series, and then when he played Bruce Wayne in Batman Forever, or not Batman Forever, Batman Beyond, he took his voice down further because he was really old, and then when he went back to when they made Justice League, which took place between Batman the Animated Series and Batman Beyond, he played it kind of somewhere in between. So he has like this wide range of voices he's used to play Batman over the years, depending on where in the chronology it is.
Whoa.
On top of being, Bruce Wayne and Batman played differently.
I love the discharge animation when it decides to change direction partway through.
Oh yeah, that's great.
Hey, cats.
That's one of those things that I'm just not gonna fix because why does it need fixing?
Cut it out. Cats are fighting.
And then, of course, there's, Mark Hamill doing the Joker, and that's,
As in, like, Luke Skywalker, Mark Hamill?
Yep.
Oh, cool.
And honestly, I think that's his more notable role. I mean, there's Star Wars fans out there, say what you want, but I think that acting-wise, the Joker is the best thing he's ever done.
That's quite the statement.
It's there's no more iconic Joker out there.
I mean, people were pretty hyped about the one the guy from First Night.
Heath Ledger.
There you go.
And I mean, yeah, he played it pretty well, but if you close your eyes and you just try to imagine his voice, you try to imagine what the Joker sounds like, you're hearing Mark Hamill.
Am I?
You are now hearing this in Mark Hamill's voice.
I don't think I know his voice well enough. It's been a long time since I've seen Star Wars.
No, I mean, that's the thing. It doesn't sound anything like how he normally talks. But the Joker's voice you're hearing is Mark Hamill doing the Joker in the animated series, which I assume you've seen at least something of.
Yeah, I saw Batman Beyond. Is he in that?
He appeared in the Batman Beyond movie.
There was a movie. Oh.
Yeah. Return of the Joker.
That makes sense why he's in that one then.
A little bit.
This team is having a time trying to get anything started. Ifrit, Shiva, calm down. Slow down.
I have to go I need to go shove some pills down my cat's throats. Hold on.
There. Have some health. We can now begin to fight. Beautiful. Well, we've slowed Ifrit. Well, our hope here is getting enough procs to end the fight in a reasonable time. Guess we could come into the fight at max health. Use Hamlet for the Joker there as well. I'm not familiar with the Arkham Asylum games. I remember reading a lot about them. They're grossly popular. Alright, we got him standing. We have him casting Kieran. And Ice 3 to the face. I have the Flame Tongue. Alright, changing gears. Shiva. $500 damage. Not bad. Giving up on teamwork. Locke, you got this. Yes, thank you. Survive. Dang it. Although, that bodes well that if we start with him in the front.
Okay. So, here's a fun fact. Did you know that physiologically speaking, cats can't choke?
No. I mean, explain that to the hairballs. The mine's always spitting up.
Well, that's the hairball coming up.
That sounds like choking to me.
It's just something that I need to remind myself every time I, like, shove pills down their throat, literally.
Ah, I see. Again, I could have come into this fully healed. But, yeah.
That would mean you'd have to pay attention to what the hell you're doing.
Let's see. Versus Shiva. Let's go Crawler. That's pretty good damage. You look like the frailer one. Let's go. Thanks, Kyle. Come on, Locke. I need you to land those hits.
I forget who it was playing. I want to say it was Zhuhan. But I think he was playing... That's right, it was Zhuhan. He's playing Niue Hard type with the Textiles patch, and this ended up being the hardest fight of the entire facility for him.
There's a lot of aggression in this fight.
Mm-hmm. It was also, to me, when I was redesigning it, to keep them both on the field, because the original game dedicated a lot of script space to making them swap off like that.
And it let you be able to run away. Poke them 5 times and leave.
Yeah, I mean, it was a stupid gimmick that, you know, a lot of script space went to supporting. Cassie just sent me something very awful. Where was I? Anyway, so when I was redoing it, one of the things that kind of just jumped out to me, it's like, okay, so obviously, Celes is a forced character here. She's still relatively... I mean, this is a fight that needs to feature Runic. I mean, it just makes sense. And that's why the strongest stuff they use is stuff that she can Lightning Rod and kind of help you avoid.
Alternatively,
What?
or alternatively, you could just damage race them and hope for the best,
Yeah, you can do that too.
like the other teams did.
No, I never really intended there to be like one solution to any fight out there. I want to give the player options based on how they play, but the one command that I had to keep in mind like constantly as I was designing things was Runic, because that's one of those things I have to always give the player an opportunity to use. It's not like Bushido where it's there and you're just going to use it and it's part of your skill set. Runic is very conditional. It's based on whether or not enemies use attacks that it works on. So, having to be mindful to always include such attacks in enemy layouts is kind of something I had to do.
Makes sense.
But yeah, if you're still in the stream, Cassie, that is an awful thing, and I love it.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
She probably should, but... I would totally use it. You kidding me?
Oh, is that your Dremel toothbrush or Dremel toothbrush? Dremel toilet paper?
No, it's a custom-made green M&M sex doll.
Oh, that I would not have put that on my list of guesses.
I don't know where she was looking, where she found it.
Is it just a link to Amazon?
No, it's a screenshot, so... It's kind of like when I casually mentioned that, just so you know, we live in a world where you get 100,000 Google results for searching sexy Tinky Winky.
Sexy.
And-
is that one of the Teletubbies?
Yes.
Okay.
To which the immediate response was, why were you Googling sexy Tinky Winky?
I mean, that's one of those things that imagine it'd be hard to make them sexualize the Teletubbies, but apparently someone managed to, Rule 34. It exists.
It might have been because I was looking at like Halloween costumes, and I'm like, God, is there anything that Halloween costumes won't just take and make sexy?
There are probably ones they shouldn't.
Definitely ones they should. Oh wow, that is awful. I have no idea why, in talking about this, I decided to search for it again. But these are awful results.
This team should have no problem damage racing down Ifrit.
Ifrit, you say?
Yeah.
So
We have the Ice Brand, we have Water Claws, and a Trident. He will
okay.
explode
Yeah.
almost instantly.
Okay, yeah. I assume Ice Brand's on lock, or...
Celes for the procs.
Okay, well... I would have imagined Icebrand on Locke and then Silas on runic duty. Or healing.
You don't know Cure 2. You don't know Ice 2. Otherwise, you'd be spamming that.
That makes sense.
Locke has the healing shiv, and he'll have the reflect ring. Swap out the back guard for it. Wow, I expected this to be like a 2, maybe 3 hour stream since it was late at night and I got up at 6 a.m. and I already streamed today and we are 6 hours later.
It's my fault.
It is. Yes, you made Brave New World and that's what I want to do.
I meant just for being here, but yeah, that too, I suppose.
Oh, you're the reason I decided to stream tonight, because you said, oh, I'm always sleeping when you go, and it's like, well, I have some energy left.
Okay, so it's definitely my fault then.
I don't work tomorrow, I'm fine.
Yeah, I am kind of transitioning to overnight, so when you're streaming earlier in the morning, I'm waking up and everyone is already done doing their thing. Is that the game you showed me and I said it looks like every generic shooting game ever? I'm sure the next time I see Cassie, she could, make me try it and see how terrible I am with, modern games.
Oh, you made him mad.
Oh, I didn't see, what you said before, Cassie. I don't have any plans tomorrow. Dick around the house, clean, go swimming, drink.
I want to swim.
Yeah, we got a pool here. It's pretty nice. So.
Yes. Angry Bear. Every miss of the spell. And then the Fire 3 on Locke with the Reflect Ring. Yes! Both Angry Bears onto Ifrit.
Wow, you are just straight up murdering him. He's already dead. Stop!
He will explode.
He's already dead.
And then 1,400 more damage, just for good measure.
You don't get that reference, do you? It's a Simpsons joke.
No, I don't. Los Amarillos was not on my approved list of shows to watch. In Spanish, the Simpsons are the yellows. Los Amarillos.
Simpsons was definitely culturally relevant. It's like It's like, what if your parents had said you couldn't watch the moon landing?
Yes, that's how I would equate the two.
Actually, The Simpsons made that exact joke. There's an episode where they made an Itchy and Scratchy movie, and Homer was punishing Bart by not letting him go see the movie. And Lisa's like, okay, I get wanting to punish him, but this is like a huge cultural milestone for us. Imagine if your parents hadn't let you watch the moon landing. And then it flashes back to, the 60s, and Homer's parents are watching it, and they're all captivated, and he's sitting in a beanbag chair with headphones on, drinking beer.
Little baby Homer drinking beer.
Yeah.
And that was the Simpsons was off limits, along with like Beavis and Butthead.
Yeah, it's nowhere even in the same. Beavis and Butthead was basically Jackass. Stupid kids doing stupid crap. Honestly, I don't even know where the moral outrage against The Simpsons came from. Aside from the fact that Bart was kind of a brat.
No idea.
The thing is like, in the very early seasons, Bart was kind of the character they thought they would focus on, but by season 3 they realized, no, the breakout character here isn't Bart, it's Homer. And that's pretty much what they went whole hog with. So, I know that, like, very famously, George Bush didn't care for it, but I don't know, there was just nothing on that show that would, make me watch it and think, yeah, I wouldn't show this to my kids. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Bart was not a very prominent fixture on the show as time went on. It was much more about Homer being an idiot. I don't know. I had a very, hands-off upbringing in terms of parenting, so when I hear that other people's parents parented them, it's weird to me. Like, it's a very foreign concept. I was left completely to my own devices, so I just kind of expect that's how everybody else should be raised.
That sounds pretty good.
It was nice. Imagine being parent. Yeah, that's pretty much.
The two different fixtures of the responses there. Imagine being parented like incest. What was I doing? I was in the menu. Well, sure it'll come back. I'm sure it'll come to me at some point. As crime pulls further into the lead. He's stealing this race.
One of them is at the sealed cave.
Yes, that is crime. Crime is...
I believe that's where we just switched to, huh? Yep, sealed cave. Is any of the other 4 even close, or are they all still in the research facility?
No, they're all working their way to the facility. Crime just keeps getting way more time. Crime went out of his way to get Mog with Water Rondo. Emo, stop it. Got this stupid cat a scratching post and decides, yeah, I'm gonna scratch the floor in front of it.
Yeah, one of my cats is very, very stupid when it comes to seeing things. Dude, hold on.
Exactly. Yeah, it's infuriating. It's like, I bought you the post, stop scratching up the carpet. What's wrong with you? Meanwhile, you're usually such a good cat.
Picture of the pill on the wall. Sometimes when my cats don't take the pills they're given, I don't notice, and they end up in strange places. Oftentimes with Eddie, like, if it comes out, it just gets stuck in his fur, and I'll notice like an hour later, he's just got a fucking pill stuck to him.
Well, there's a second toxic frog. Healing Zombone for 2,000.
And then there was another case where I'm at work and Cassie sends me a picture of one of his pills on the wall. I'm like, how did that even get there?
That's just seeing a cat with random drugs attached to it. Wait a minute, this isn't one of your pills? Where did you get this? Talk to me.
So...
How about we stop doing water rondo since it keeps drawing out the toxic frog?
in here, I would probably... Honestly, in here, I would probably just go with the home dance.
I wanted to heal at the moment. An enemy you can stop. What is this?
Hammer time. I think Chicken Lips' primary attack is stop. But I think the secondary attack sets Muddle, which won't do anything here. Or...
Antlion
yeah.
works.
Well, Antlion, I think the 2/3 is... I can't remember if it's Doom or Snare now.
It's Snare, and Zombones go bye-bye.
Okay. Yeah, then definitely Antlion works very well in here. What do you want, boy?
Crime has reached level 17 before Terra has broken out of 10.
Well, there is a hump at 10.
Yes. Very lovely hump.
That was kind of my way of preventing experience levels from getting, too out of hand. Especially since now the World of Ruin bump puts you over the level 20 hump.
Wombat. Adorable. Not particularly helpful, but adorable. Guinea pig, go. Probably cast float. Very well.
This is one of the places that where I really, really wanted to do the thing I was talking about earlier, the hack where formations had a little more variety by, making one of them not super rare. Because this is one of the biggest actual maps in the game. This whole area is one big map, and especially in the early game, there wasn't even a whole lot of variety in the encounters, so you just kept running into these two enemies over and over and over again with not a whole lot of break from that.
Nobuya's content featuring bees.
Now, granted, I could add more formations than that, actually. I could add as many as I want up until, technically speaking, I can have 16 different formations in any given area, but making more... Yeah, that's a little too much. Like, most areas don't need that much variety. I think 4 formations for most areas is fine. There's only a few areas where I break from that to add more. Like the floating continent is also one giant map too. The only reason you have so many different encounters is because of that hack. I also use it in Kefka's Tower and in the Fanatic's Tower. I would say that of all the remaining places, this is the only other one where it might even feel remotely appropriate, but anywhere else just doesn't need it. In part because kind of the difficulty model is designed around the idea that anytime you go into a new area, you're gonna probably get worked over pretty well until you learn how to deal with the encounters, but every encounter in this game you can solve pretty easily with any party and come up with a very good way to handle them, and that's your reward for figuring out how, is that you can get rid of them very quickly and just kind of quickly move through the rest of the area.
Like our 2 Zerkers.
Right. Like that.
Oh man. Guinea pig, go. Ooh, 1,000 damage by the guinea pig.
There's just enough randomness that, most plans aren't completely guaranteed, but in most cases they'll probably work. So...
Beautiful.
Mog does do some cool stuff. He dances. He can dance if he wants to. He can leave his friends behind. One of these days that joke will get old.
Small Bear does good work.
Oh wow, freaking Human isn't even in the research facility yet. Human's got to be in last place, yeah?
Absolutely. The other 2 have defeated Ifrit and Shiva. Human has suffered from having 4.5 hours of gameplay time.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Like I was saying before, I think the law of averages should state that everyone would finish roughly equal to one another. And I don't think you're far enough in yet where the differences in strategy are really causing a difference in time. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we're having the small things like having to dip out to go get the trident or the ocean claws versus having to go get Golem. There are differences, they're just not huge.
Yeah, they're pretty minor so far, not statistically significant, I'd say.
Like the team Alone and Crime that actually use Gao, so they stuck around the belt for a while to find Crawler. Crawler is like one of the only ones you can't just pick up in its home environment.
You can actually pick up if you miss it entirely, you can pick it up at Triangle Island in the forest.
Fly and jump. Don't be shy.
But at that point, you'd already have the airship, so.
Right. But it's not like you can walk into South Figaro to get it, so I usually get it on the belt.
Right.
And that formation just doesn't always want to show up. And that works. Shoot him in the face with a rocket, he cuts you in half with his sword.
Yeah, Cyan doesn't have time for your crap. What do you want, Eddie? I swear this damn cat. Half the time, I just don't... Like, he'll meow at me, and so I'll, like, go to, like, pick him up or pat him or something, and he'll just run off. And then he'll just meow at me out of arm's reach.
As they do.
Why are you doing this? Maybe that's it, Cassie. Maybe they're meowing at me because they miss you.
That'd be sweet. Same.
I mean, I suppose, in a way. I know the Cave of South Figaro has a lot of different maps. So, it wouldn't be entirely impossible to just make one of the maps, one of the smaller ones, a place where you can still encounter the enemies from before.
Alright, it's been 6.5 hours. I'm running out of steam. I think the next transition will be it for the evening.
Yeah, I'm about to say, I'm kind of falling asleep at the wheel over here, too.
The attack name starts with an F.
Fire?
The enemy using it?
Oh, fight, yeah.
The struggle of making the text visible. That probably didn't help.
Yeah, this is definitely an interesting, interesting concept. I gotta hand it to you for managing to keep coming up with novel ideas to run through the game. Especially that by now it feels like you would have run out of ideas, but...
You'd think so. But, 11, 12, 13, and 14 laps. And there's, this couple of gimmicks here and there.
Yeah, not counting the first runs, which had no gimmicks, just because they were your first runs.
Still had a timer going.
Yeah.
Going faster and faster.
I imagine having... Oh, that would be one way of doing it. You could have 4 separate timers for... We're talking about having, like, different indications of how far into the game each one is. You could actually have timers for each one.
I'd have to have 4 different scenes, all running, but only one showing. Or keep a tiny one. I don't know how he would even do that.
I don't know either. I don't know how live split would work. Basically 4 different timers going, and then you just switch to the appropriate timer every time one comes up.
Yeah, I'd have to hit pause and then start another, and then hit pause and start another.
Yeah, that would be a pain in the ass.
Block no. Do not help these children.
But yeah, I guess just some kind of running indication as to how far the different runs are along comparatively would be interesting.
I think not knowing adds to the chaos.
That is definitely true. That's actually the opposition I would have to each one actually showing a screenshot of where they're at.
Because I don't remember where we are. We could be in the middle of fighting a boss right now, I don't know.
So where are you seeing it, Cassie? Is it like in the bottom window, or is it something that's flashing across the top of the screen?
Enemy skills here could be fight. Top. One of the she asked that one of the Magitech troopers were up there.
It's probably Foxdie she's seeing.
Oh, Foxdie from the dogs.
Yeah. Foxdie is a reference to Metal Gear Solid.
That makes more sense than what I thought it said. Well, knowing him, what it could have said.
Oh yeah, I imagine that it could have said all sorts of awful things.
Could just draw a Wang on the screen.
I did that,
You did.
actually.
You did. There's a stat hat. Welcome aboard. Now cut this child in half. And this fight shall not be concluded, as when we start up again, it will re-roll this transition. Oh boy.
So how do you decide like you're stopped for the night? Like how do you actually stop it?
Oh, it will forever hold the save states until I tell the Lua to clear.
Okay, so like this fight with the Templar and the Flan, you just stop now, and then when you start over again, next time it rolls this, it just goes back to this?
No, it'll actually load a random it'll load randomly one of the four.
Right. What I'm saying is the next time it rolls blue, or it rolls bear.
Yeah, next time it rolls bear, it will be here.
Okay.
And I the first session I did not realize that, and we did quite a bit into a session that had to be redone. Now I understand how it works.
Yeah.
Well, I understand more of how it works. I'm not going to pretend to understand how someone managed to do this, but it's great. And
definitely a thing.
Definitely a thing. Thanks for hanging out, though.
Yeah, no, I mean, thanks for sitting here and shooting the shit with me for. Apparently, we've been talking for a while now.
Yes. Thanks everyone for watching, and back with more at some point. Have a good
later.
Good afternoon, good evening, or good night.